I'm Councillor Tom Fitzpatrick, Chairman of Norfolk County Council. I'd like to welcome everyone to this council meeting, but beforehand, just go through some general housekeeping. The meeting is being held in person at County Hall and has also been streamed live on the County Council's YouTube channel. A fire alarm test is not expected during the meeting, so if the alarms do sound, we must evacuate County Hall. In the event of an emergency, please make your way to the nearest exit and meet at the muster point, which is located on the main car park. Under the Council's protocol on the use of media equipment at meetings held in public, this meeting may be filmed, recorded or photographed. Anyone wishing to do so must inform me and ensure that it is done in a way that is clearly visible to everyone present, and the wishes of any individual not to be recorded or filmed must be appropriately respected. Please could I ask everyone in the chamber to ensure that their laptops, mobile phones and tablets are switched to silent while the meeting's in progress, and also please don't leave devices and vibrate if they're sitting on a surface. If anyone wishes to leave the meeting early, any members, could you please also remove your card and leave it on your desk so that the AV system can see that you're no longer at the meeting. Before we start the meeting, I'd like to remind members of the public that this is a meeting held in public, but it is not a public meeting where the attending audience participates. You're very welcome to come along, but it is to listen to this discussion which is carried out by the democratic elected councillors. I should also warn everyone that if any disruption to the meeting, anyone causing disruption be asked to leave and possibly accompanied from the building. The other thing is, I think we're all conscious of what's happening at the beginning of May, so I'd just like to remind councillors that we're all here to represent our constituents, and doing so, the debate in council is inevitably political. The agenda this month is a pretty full one, and I'd ask councillors to please keep to the agenda and the important items we need to debate. But I will reserve my right to draw debates to a close where councillors have strengthened the matters in hand and into the promotion of political groups or parties, or what might simply be regarded as electioneering. So I would stop it at that point. Alex, could you confirm we're ready to go? Thank you. I've had the thumbs up. Say we're now live. So for those who've just joined us, I'm Councillor Tom Fitzpatrick, Chairman of Norfolk County Council, and I'd like to welcome everyone to this meeting of Norfolk County Council being held today, Tuesday the 24th of March 2026. And we'll start our meeting, as always, with prayers. And I'd like to welcome our chaplain for today, the Reverend Albert Cadmore, to our meeting and ask him to begin today's proceedings by calling on him for prayers. Albert, thank you.
Almighty God, we come to you today asking for your guidance and inspiration as we gather for this council meeting. So many of our councillors have given many years of loyal service, and we pay tribute to them today. And today, as we pray, help us all to engage in meaningful discussion. Guide us in the ways of truth, tolerance, wisdom, and integrity. And keep us ever mindful of the needs of the people and communities that we seek to serve. And we pray in your name. Amen.
Thank you very much. So if we could now, to agenda item 1, ask those, as Committee Clerk Lane Tisdall, to give apologies for those members who have submitted them. Lane, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies today from Councillor David Bills, Councillor Vic Thompson, Councillor Andrew Jameson, Councillor William Richmond, Councillor William Nunn, Councillor Claire Bowes, Councillor Richard Price, Councillor Stephen Acarone, Councillor Judy Oliver, Councillor Steve Riley, Councillor David Sayers, Councillor Maxine Webb, Councillor Lana Hempsall, Councillor Martin Storey, Councillor Chris Dawson, Councillor Daniel Elmer, Councillor Julie Brocheck-Colton, and Councillor Jim Moriarty. Thank you.
Thank you very much. can remind members that meetings of the Council will not extend beyond 3 hours unless this time is extended in accordance with Rule 11.1, subsection 9 of the Council Procedure Rules. However, it is my intention to enact Rule 4, subsection 5 and Rule 4, subsection 6 of the Constitution once the meeting period is elapsed, if any business remains. So the practical application of that would be that the meeting would continue, but on a vote-only basis. Also, I intend to adjourn the meeting after approximately 2 hours, an appropriate point to allow for a 30-minute break. So we now move to agenda item 2, which are the minutes from the County Council meeting held on Tuesday, the 17th of February 2026. They start at page 5 in the agendas, and please note that this is going through this for matters of accuracy only. Are there any points anyone wish to raise as not being an accurate reflection of the meeting? No. In that case, are councillors content that I sign those meetings as an accurate record of the meeting? Thank you very much. We now move to agenda item 3, announcements from the Chairman, Leader and your Chief Executive Council. But before I I'd also like to mention we have a number of students from Framlington Earl High School in attendance today. So on behalf of all the members of the County Council, I'd like to welcome to this meeting and trust that they find proceedings both interesting and fulfilling. And at the break, if you want to come and have a chat with me or any other members of the Council, finds out you'd be very welcome to do so. And thank you for coming today. Monday last week, I was very proud to attend the public opening of Kings Lynn Library. And this represents a £17 million investment into Kings Lynn and West Norfolk. And Norfolk Libraries are one of our biggest community assets in the county, and they provide residents space and means to enjoy and better their lives. And those that know me know that from a young age, libraries are something I was very passionate about and still remains so. 10 days ago, I attended concert in the Theatre Royal in Norwich given by the National Symphony Orchestra of the Ukraine. It was 3 years since they last came to Norwich and Norfolk. That time was the tail end of their tour. This time it was the beginning. But 3 years ago there were 85 people in that orchestra. On return to Ukraine, some were called up for active service and sadly gave their lives for their country. So this time there were 49 members returned from that same symphony orchestra. So I think it reminds us that there is still a conflict happening and people are losing their lives all the time. But I'd also like to welcome news the Norfolk Fire and Rescue Service will be opening a 4th Fire Cadet unit in Fakenham later in 2026, and that will give 13 to 17-year-olds a taster of firefighter duties. And the unit will join the existing ones in Diss, Stanton and Windham. And Fakenham, which I'm proud to represent, was the location for the United Kingdom's inaugural Fire Cadet unit back in 1984. And the new unit is an important way to mark the fire service's history while also providing more opportunities for young people to engage and gain experience. And just as a final note, this will be my last meeting as chairman of the County Council, and for many members sitting in the chamber, it will also be their last meeting. So I'd like to wish the best of luck to all those local members who are standing down in May. I don't intend to run through a huge list of people, but I would like particularly to pay tribute to Colleen Walker and Tony Adams, who were both elected in 1997 and have given sterling service this council. Colleen was chairman back in, I think, 2008, I think. 2002, sorry. 2002. I knew I would stand corrected in something, but I'd just like, on behalf of everyone, to thank you for all the work you've done and wish you all the very best in your future endeavours. And I think I said more than enough, and I'll pass on to the leader and for her to make any announcements.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, and I'd also like to pay tribute to all of those councillors who are retiring, and also to councillors who are standing again but who may not make it past the electorate on May the 7th. Everyone here pulls together in order to make this council the success story that it is. And we know how much time and effort it takes for a councillor to do a really good job in their local area. And the people that you serve really appreciate what you do. So I'd like to thank everyone from every political party here for all that you do for Norfolk. It's appreciated, and I hope that many of us will see each other here in the chamber again after the elections. We'll have to wait and see. In terms of Ukraine, I was also at the concert at the Theatre Royal, and one thing I did say to the people in the audience there and to that orchestra was that we proudly fly the flag of Ukraine on top of this building to show our solidarity with the people from that country during this time of conflict. And I hope that whatever happens in the future, that we will continue to fly that flag in solidarity until peace is brought to that country at least. And they were very appreciative of that. They do understand that Norfolk supports them, and we do have many refugees from that country here. You mentioned the library, Chairman, and I was back at the library again yesterday, funnily enough, because we had a VIP came to Norfolk. Kemi Badnock came to speak to local businesses about the cost of living crisis, and we were pleased that she acknowledged the importance of our libraries as well in Norfolk. It was great to see her there. I'd also like to mention that Hethel Innovation is 15 years old now. This is a wholly owned subsidiary, wholly owned company. We are the 100% shareholder of Hethel Innovation, and they're going from strength to strength, providing commercial units and support to businesses in Norfolk. So congratulations to Hethel Innovation and to Chris Sargison, who is their CEO. So to say I'm immensely proud of what Norfolk County Council continues to achieve for our communities is an understatement. I mean, even against the challenging financial backdrop where budgets are squeezed and demand for services continues to rise. But despite this, we collectively deliver a balanced budget every year while keeping council tax as low as possible. And just to put that in context, the outside pressures on services when we are buying in the market has actually put another £11 million a year on our budget. Now that's 2% in council tax. That's 2% we could reduce in council tax if we didn't have that pressure, or if we had more grant from government to cover those cost pressures which they don't acknowledge. So from new libraries in King's Lynn and Great Yarmouth to major infrastructure projects such as the Long Stratton Bypass, the Broad Northway, the Herring Bridge, we continue to invest in Norfolk's future. And we are strengthening care with new homes across the county, expanding opportunities for children with 41 special resource bases and more on the way, and delivering new schools including specialist SEND provision in Great Yarmouth and Downham Market. But we're also improving everyday services that matter most to residents, investing in more road maintenance and pothole repairs, new pedestrian safety schemes, increasing grass cutting on verges and footpaths, and expanding gritting routes to keep people moving safely. Alongside this, we've introduced electric buses in Norwich, we've refurbished the medieval Norwich Castle, and we're providing new equipment for our fire and rescue service. These achievements reflect our determination to deliver for residents and build a stronger, safer, and more inclusive Norfolk. Now, we know we go to the polls on the 7th of May, after quite a bit of messing about by the government. So the people of Norfolk will get to decide whether they want Norfolk County Council to continue to flourish under a Conservative administration, or whether they want to see something different. We have spent many years building a council that's resilient and fit for the future. But remember, this is a local election, and we hope that residents will vote for the local person who will look after their interests and not be swayed by national policies or false promises which may be made by those who want your vote but maybe not be able to deliver on their promises. So we don't make promises we can't keep. I'd like to say you can always trust us to deliver on the economy. This council has a good track record, and collectively, across party, we have protected frontline services and tried to keep council tax as low as possible. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Chair. That was electioneering.
I think I'll very much exercise the chairman's discretion, but I would ask others maybe to learn from that. Thank you very much. Agenda item 4 is asking members to declare any interest to any Councillor Chinnery. Thank you.
Yes, as a trustee of the Norfolk Record Office charity.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any interest to wish to declare? No. In that case, we go to... Sorry, Mike Smith-Clare.
Thanks, Tom. For motion 3, I hold a medical driving licence.
Right, thank you very much. Councillor Ward, then Councillor Long, then Councillor Gurney.
Yes, thank you. As Director and Chairman of Norfolk Museums Development Foundation.
Right, thank you. Councillor Long.
As a holder of a blue disability badge.
Councillor Gurney.
Same as Councillor Long, thank you.
Councillor Eagle.
Just to say I'm a Director of Heffel Innovation for one of the motions.
Is there anyone else in that case? Thank you for that. Agenda item 5, petitions presented to Council. No petitions have been presented to Council for this meeting. Agenda item 6, to consider business remaining from the last Council meeting. There is no outstanding business. Agenda takes us then to agenda item 7, which are questions to the leader. The outline of how this is done can be found on page 32 with 50 minutes of questions to the leader, and I'll start the first round by selecting the first questioner from the Liberal Democrat group. Councillor Watkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and along with yourself and the leader, I would first of all like to extend my own gratitude to friends and colleagues across the chamber who have decided not to stand in the elections in May, and perhaps those two who might not be here after May the 7th. I think we all serve our communities with the best of intentions and endeavours, and let us not forget that despite our differences, there is far more that unites us than divides us, and we should celebrate that. So thank you for your contributions, and I wish you all well for the future, whatever it holds. My question, Mr. Chairman, is on the cost of living. Norfolk has the highest proportion of households in the country that rely on heating oil, leaving thousands acutely exposed whenever global prices surge. Recent volatility linked to the Middle East conflict has shown how quickly residents can face sudden unaffordable increases when suppliers adjust prices at short notice. Given that one major provider has now agreed to honour heating oil orders placed during the first 3 days of the Middle East conflict at the original prices, and to refund customers who were charged significantly more, how is the Council ensuring that residents are protected from sharp price hikes, and what active role are we taking to ensure no Norfolk household is left behind? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watkins. I think we've all been quite shocked at the hike in the oil prices that we've seen recently, and we don't have to look very far to see one of the reasons for that is the war in Iran, which is most regrettable. I understand that yesterday President Trump was talking about backing off a bit, and I think that anyone would welcome a sort of a decrease in the hostilities that are happening in that part of the world, because it affects us globally. You're absolutely right. Now, we have been offered some money from the government to help with the cost of heating oil, but unfortunately it's nowhere near enough. The scheme has just landed. We have been given no information about how we should manage this scheme or who should be eligible, and we don't see any money until the 1st of April. We've been criticised by some MPs for not doing things quick enough or clearly enough, but quite honestly, we're not getting any information out of central government. And if we were to give every single person who has a heating oil tank a section of that money, it would only amount to about £35 each. And that clearly is going to be a drop in the ocean. It's not going to help. We do have our household support fund as well, and we're looking to see whether the criteria in that would allow us to help more families so that we can top up any money that comes from central government. But I think long term we need to think about, are we doing the right thing by not drilling in the North Sea for oil and gas? Should we actually be securing ourselves against the future so that we don't have these huge price hikes because we are reliant on overseas oil and gas? So we need to look to ourselves and be more resilient. I think that's probably the way forward.
Thank you. And I'll turn to the Labour Group. Councillor Murphy, will that be you? All right. Councillor Walker.
Yes, if I may, could I ask the leader if she would agree with me that the staff at Norfolk County Council, officers and frontline staff, are exceptional to work with. I have to say, in my years of tenure, I have never come across such perfect officers. I've worked with most of them. I've held most officers within this council. And I have to say, as a layperson, I have totally relied on them during my time. And I have to say a major thank you. I couldn't let today go without mentioning, especially frontline staff, because they're there for all of us. And if you would agree with me, I would like to register my thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Yes, of course, I 100% agree with you. Our staff are the backbone of this council. We can't deliver services to our residents without them. We actually do have some very high calibre staff. We attract some really, really good people here. We want them to stay. I think things like local government reorganisation are destabilising local councils, but we have to reassure our staff that we are going to need those very experienced, very professional officers, whatever the outcome of local government reorganisation, and we will be here to support them. I believe they see us as a good employer. We try and do our best for them to support them in whatever capacity we can, and I hope that the future council, the new administration, will carry on doing the same. And I'd also like to congratulate you, Councillor Walker, for your long service to this council, and thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Councillor. Colin, Green Group, Councillor Riot, please.
Thank you. This is a further question about the heating oil issue. So Norfolk's rural communities are currently rather left behind when it comes to energy security and transitioning away from oil-fired heating. And I think we need an answer in respect of urgently reducing the county's dependence on imports for fuel and heating and fertiliser, and to secure greater longer-term energy resilience for Norfolk's residents and for farmers who depend upon fertilisers. And we need not to include the fallacious thought that more oil and gas is a solution to a problem about dependence on oil and gas. So what does the leader think might be a possible way to promote genuine energy security in Norfolk that does not fund the fossil fuel lobby, which is working to the detriment of this planet and of us all? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rowett. I don't think you and I are going to agree on fossil fuels, because I think we need lots of different options. Otherwise, we're never going to have fuel security. You can't just cut one off and expect the other one to be slotted into place. And the thing that I do object to is covering our agricultural land with solar farms in saying that this is the way of the future. It's not the way of the future. We will get huge pylons, we will get battery energy storage systems everywhere, solar farms, and we don't benefit from it. That's the rub, isn't it? We're being told this is for the future of our country and for security of our country, and yet here in Norfolk, where we're providing this, we get nothing for it. That is unacceptable. We need to be drilling in the North Sea. We need to be having our own supplies of fossil fuels. We need to have Sizewell C and the nuclear power option as well. We cannot be relying on foreign countries to supply us with our fuel. Otherwise, we will be a hostage to fortune. It's got to be a widespread way of getting fuel to us, and especially here in Norfolk, where we have so many oil tanks around the place because we are a rural area, we cannot afford to be put at jeopardy in the future. This government must reverse their thoughts on net zero, and they must start drilling again in the North Sea. It's the only way we're going to have security into the future.
Thank you, Councillor. Call upon Independent Group. Any questions? Councillor Maxfield.
Thank you, Chair. The Council relies on third sector organisations to deliver key services, and I know that that means that there's an ongoing dialogue with charities and others in terms of service delivery. I'm also aware that the Children and Communities Committee, under the leadership of Councillor Smith-Clare and Councillor Long, are looking at specific elements around resilience and sustainability in the third sector in Norfolk. But it seems to me that the big picture has got lost a bit since COVID, and given that community groups, charities and other third sector organisations are such an important part of the social fabric of Norfolk, I wonder if you could commit to ensuring that they get a look in, if you like, in terms of the work that's done in preparation for LGR, if we ever discover what's happening with LGR, so that successor councils, if there are any, are ready and prepared and properly equipped to work effectively with the third sector and to support the growth and survival of that sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. We do value our voluntary and community groups. We couldn't deliver our services without their assistance, and we do actually pay many of them to provide services for us in places where we don't have our own staff. So we rely on them and we contract with them, and we will continue to do so. And I don't see any reason why LGR should change that. Whatever the shape of the unitary authorities after the announcement, and that may happen this week, we keep hearing rumours, the social care in this council will continue into whatever the new unitary looks like, and we will need those people on the ground to be able to deliver our services. The one thing we must not do under LGR is to stop doing our day job, because people are reliant on us, and we will be talking to voluntary groups and community groups to ensure that there is a smooth transition to whatever the future shape looks like.
Thank you, Councillor. Independent Progressive Group, Councillor Corlett, please.
Thank you, Chair. Devolution could really put Norwich on the map. Now that the leader has had time to reflect, does she stand by her cunning plan to launch an attack on a minister, and does she concede that she does not have the power to unilaterally withdraw Norfolk from devolution and local government reform?
Thank you, Councillor Corlett. I will say again what I said. I have not stopped devolution. What has happened is we need a new statutory instrument for devolution to actually be approved by this council. We haven't got it. We cannot make that decision. It's for a new administration to make it. So effectively, devolution is dead for this administration, but there's no reason why it can't go on into the future. And Miata Fanbulla, the Minister for Devolution, actually rang me up and personally apologised for the mess that this government has made over devolution by delaying the elections till 2028 and by the hokey-cokey of our own elections and local government reorganisation. She is an excellent minister. I did mention the few comments I'd had about her boss. He's a big beast. He has not taken offence by that. We are still getting money out of central government. We have not been punished. Devolution is still on the table, as far as I can see, and Miata Fanbulla wants to make sure that it happens. And I hope the new administration of this council will push that through as soon as they can after the election, so we can actually start seeing the benefits of devolution for Norfolk and Suffolk.
Thank you, Councillor. I turn to Reform Group. Councillor.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I just first say I astonished myself just now listening to the remarks on fuel security from the leader, which I agreed with. That doesn't happen very often, but my question doesn't concern that. Members may recall that at the last meeting, the budget meeting, both myself and Councillor Kirk had to absent ourselves during that meeting, members may not be aware that we both did so because of emerging family medical emergencies. But that aside, I have, since I've been on this council, been concerned about the level of absenteeism from these meetings. There has, over the last 8 council meetings since May, been a consistent level of absenteeism that cannot be explained by medical emergency or illness of between 20 and 30
Sorry,
members.
Councillor Bick, do you have
a question?
Sorry, could you ask a question, please?
Yes, I will ask the question. You gave some licence to the leader, Chairman, so I'm nearly at the end.
Sorry,
I'm never lengthy.
This is questions. If you could ask the question, please.
The question is coming. I should also remark that I'm aware of one member who's only attended one meeting in the last 10 months. So my question to the leader is this. What does she put this level of absenteeism down to? And does she not accept that that level of absenteeism amongst a significant number of members, principally Conservative, is a dereliction of their duty to their constituents?
Sorry, it's a question to the leader. If we could allow the leader to answer it, please. Thank you.
Councillor, you had an issue at the last budget meeting, and that's understandable. I don't know each councillor's individual circumstances. The councillors in this chamber have been here, this is our 5th year, and they have given their time and dedication to this council. I'm not going to blame an individual councillor if they're not able to make a meeting here. And in the same way that we gave you the benefit of the doubt and the leeway because you had a problem, I think you should do the same for others.
Thank you. We've run out of time on that agenda item. We've exceeded the 15 minutes. This takes us to item 8, which is recommendations from Cabinet. There are 2 recommendations for the meeting of the Cabinet held on March 2026. However, these will be considered later in the meeting as they relate to the Norfolk Fire and Rescue Service Community Risk Management Plan of 2026 to 2031 and the Environmental Policy. And as I said, they're both business items on today's agenda, so they'll be considered under those items. Which takes us to agenda item 9, Cabinet reports and questions to Cabinet members. These can be found, details found pages 34 to 44. So we return to reports from that, and I call on the leader to move the Cabinet reports from the meetings held on the 26th of January and the 2nd of March 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I so move.
So we now have 30 minutes for questions to Cabinet members, which can relate to anything within the remit of the Cabinet members' portfolio, and these aren't limited, of course, to items which appear in the Cabinet report. The items won't be taken in a prescribed portfolio order and can be to any Cabinet member. And I'll start the first round of questions by selecting the first questioner from the Liberal Democrat group. Councillor Roper, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This would be to Councillor Jameson, but in his absence, I'll direct it to the leader, if I may. Given the current situation in the Middle East, UK costs are already pushing sharply upwards, with petrol now at an 18-month high, average 2-year mortgage rates jumping from 4.84% to 5.2%, and a clear risk of energy bills returning if wholesale prices still stay elevated. What assurance can the Council provide that its own financial position is genuinely resilient and not overly exposed to rising fuel, transport, borrowing and energy costs, particularly when previous inflation spikes have already strained budgets and eroded contingency plans?
Thank you, Councillor. I think we're all concerned about rising costs, but I have a great deal of respect for our finance officers who always manage to help us balance the budget every year. And although there will be some increase in cost, there's no doubt about it, I'm sure that we will be able to manage. What we need to see is an end to that conflict, a de-escalation in the Gulf, so that those prices can come back down again, and for this country not to be reliant on overseas oil and gas. so that we see these spikes, because it doesn't just affect people in their own homes, it affects the residents that we look after, and it affects this council. So yes, it is of concern, but I'm sure we will be able to manage.
Thank you. So go to the Labour Group, and I believe it's Councillor Jones.
Thanks very much. This is a question to Alison Thomas, who, before I put my question, I'd like to thank her for the job she's done. She showed compassion and integrity. However, I asked a question at Cabinet months ago about the CQC report on adult services, and I was told it would be brought to committee in March. It wasn't on the agenda, and at the meeting, members did express concern that the absence of a structured scrutiny process risks the report being forgotten or buried during the election period. The CQC report warranted a deep examination, and the committee was unable to conduct any proper questioning when the Executive Director presented it in January. Also, the CQC report on Swallowtail hasn't been reported to any council committee, despite Norse having to surrender the contract after inspection and the service being relet to a private provider. I just want to know, what are you able to do to ensure that these deep dives do happen and this just doesn't get dismissed in the kerfuffle that is about to happen? Thank you.
I must admit, I agree with your kerfuffle comment. Yes. And I have to say that actually the agenda of the Select Committee is a matter for the committee itself. I am not a member of the Select Committee. I attend whenever I can. I was unable to attend the recent meeting of the Adult Social Care Select Committee because I was away in Wales looking after my father, who is desperately ill. So for many of us, life sometimes has to take precedent and family have to take precedent. So that's why I wasn't there. I understand that you had requested to bring forward a report outside of the time frame of the actual meeting public papers already being published. It perhaps should have been raised much sooner than 5 days before the meeting to enable that to happen. But on the agenda was an item on the all-age carers strategy, and one of the key elements within the CQC inspection result was a concern about the council's support for carers. So there was a detailed report there about the all-age carers strategy and our support for carers, which I understand had a very good debate during the meeting. Councillor Gurney, I'm sure, would confirm that. So what can I do? What I would say is that the Select Committee agenda is a matter for the Select Committee members, of which you are a member. And I would urge you all to ensure that when you're talking about the Forward Work Programme, at the end of the meeting, that you don't switch off, but actually you make sure that items that you want to be on the agenda are formally requested at that point. The Director did give a very clear outline in the January meeting, which I do accept did not enable members to have questions. I'm sure there will be an opportunity after the election. The Executive Director will still be here. Those of us who may or may not be here will be able to take that forward. With regard to Swallowtail, Norse chose to relinquish their contract. They were not obliged to or forced to. They decided to return their contract following the CQC inspection. That is a matter for Norse and for Norse Care and for the board. We don't bring CQC inspections of every care home in Norfolk to the council. I understand that Swallowtail is under the care of Norse at this moment in time, or was. It's now under the care of Radis, who have got a very good reputation across Norfolk, and stepped in and actually put a manager in place from the point at which the CQC inspection outcome was known, and have actually taken full operation of Swallowtail on the 16th of March. So I have every confidence that they will raise the standards there, and that the residents who live in that wonderful environment actually will enjoy good care going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. It's called the Green Group. Councillor Neil. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This question is for Councillor Plant. We have many terrace streets with many residents that have the will to invest in EV vehicles, but not the ability to charge them from home at a reasonable price. In August 2025, the government announced £25 million in grants to councils to trial pavement cable channels, which would allow residents to charge their electric vehicles using their home electricity at prices as low as 5.5p a kilowatt, opposed to the 58p per kilowatt from the council's few on-street charging posts. I asked you on the 11th of August 2025 about taking up these grants and our council installing pavement cable channels. Your speedy response on the 12th was, to quote, "What new on-street legislation comes forward, we will keep a watching brief at what others are doing to make this practical as a working solution." So I can tell you now, many councils have taken up this initiative, including Suffolk County Council. So are you not yet fed up just watching for 7 months? When can we expect to see some action, not just words?
Thank you. And yes, I recall all your emails regarding this issue. We do have a scheme whereby for £69 we will go out and we will allow people to put a temporary cable from their home to their car if they can park outside their house. Now that's the issue. If you put a hard cable, then we've allowed a hard cable to go across a pavement or a hard, I don't even know what you call it, something to put a cable in. But at the end of the day, what we don't have in Norfolk, and I don't believe they have in Suffolk either, or anywhere else in the country, is the ability for somebody who lives in a terraced house to have a sole parking place outside their house. Now, it may not seem like much to say that, but if you've gone to the trouble of having a hard cable put in, and your neighbour parks outside your house and you can't charge your car, there is going to be, in my view, arguments in the street about where people are parking their cars if they've put a hard cable in. If it's a temporary cable, they'll park there if they can. But if you put a hard one in, the issue is they don't have the right to park outside their house to charge the car if a neighbour is parked there. And I haven't got a resolution to that yet, and neither has anybody else across the country. There may well be that these places are trying it out and are quite prepared to have those arguments in the street between neighbours and to have those letters written to councillors to say, you allowed me to put this cable in and now you won't allow me to park outside my house. And yet that's another issue that we're going to have to sort out. So whilst that is an issue, whilst people, and I've got terraced houses in Great Yarmouth a mile long, and those are absolutely chock-a-block with parked cars. If I allow someone with an electric vehicle to park outside their house because they've got an electric vehicle, I'm going to have issues, and you are going to have issues as members sorting out that argument. So I seriously think that while we have this temporary measure in place where we allow people, and we license them, to allow them to put a cable across the pavement with a rubber mat that covers it up, which they can purchase from wherever. At the moment, that's what I'm allowing. Until we sort out the situation where we're not going to have neighbours fighting in the streets over, I want an electric car and I should be able to park outside my house to charge it, that is the main issue as far as I'm concerned. And I don't think it's right that members would have to sort out that kind of issue in their streets between neighbours. So, as a diesel car driver, I have to go to the garage to charge up. And as an electric vehicle owner, you have to go somewhere else to charge up as well. If you ask for a temporary allowance outside your house, it will be looked at to see if it's feasible. And for £69, even if it's not feasible, it's £69 because somebody's been out to have a look and to see how it works. But for me, in my position, I don't want people across Norfolk arguing outside their houses about who's parking where because they've had a solid charger unit put in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Independent Group. I have to say thank you, Councillor Maxfield. Your group's made it very easy for me this morning. Thank you, Councillor Maxfield.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure how to take that, but I'll take the compliment anyway. Thank you, Chair, anyway. So this is a question also for Councillor Thomas, who sneaks into a surprise lead in the race against Councillor Plant for the questions today. Some time ago, I was approached by a mum in Munsley who had been refused funding for a fence to stop her child, who has an autism spectrum condition, from running away. At the time, I tried to get information from the County Council and all of Norfolk's district councils about the number of disabled facilities grants given to families to support with adaptations for ASD. All of the councils, district and county, said it wasn't data that they held, and they suggested that it was someone else's responsibility. I do understand, obviously, that DFGs are given out by the district council, but there's also a role there for the county council. And so my question to you is, would you be willing to take on your powers to convene to get some kind of information from all of the councils about the number of grants, DFGs, that are given to support families with children with ASD adaptations, and to ensure that people are aware that they're not simply for physical adaptations to houses that are for people with physical disabilities. So purely and simply to try and get some information so that we know where we are, and to improve the level of information that's available for residents around eligibility. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I'm not sure that I'm the right person to ask, but obviously the Better Care Fund, which comes into Norfolk County Council, is then distributed to the district councils, or part of it is distributed to the councils under the Disabled Facilities Grant. I'm not absolutely sure how much feedback that we get from the district councils, because obviously the use of their Disabled Facilities Grant and the decisions that surround that is a matter for each individual council. I'll certainly speak to the officers, and Nick is behind me. I'm sure that we can get perhaps whatever information that we hold to you. I don't think it's reasonable to expect the officers of this council to then to ask each individual district what they're doing. I think that we should be approaching the districts themselves rather than expecting the county council to do that. But there may well be that information held by us, but it's more likely to be around the amount of money that is passed to each of those district councils. I'm sad to hear, actually, that somebody who has an autistic child who needs to be protected and kept safe has not managed to avail themselves of that fund, because I would like to think that the view of, I mean, I'm assuming it's in North Norfolk, that the view of North Norfolk District Council and their decision-making around the Disabled Facilities Grant would look at a cross spectrum of ages and needs when they're considering that. But I will certainly take it back to the officers and get them to pass on to you the information that we hold. I'm not sure that it will give you the level of detail that you're looking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Turn to the Independent Progressive Group. Councillor Corlett, please.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for the Cabinet Member for Communities, Councillor Dewsbury. Will the Cabinet Member join me in thanking Norfolk Fire and Rescue Service for their action and trading standards for their advice in my recent town close casework trying to protect residents from dodgy private landlord Ben James Smith, who has heaped misery on residents in Bristol House on Unthank Road? And does she share my frustration at gaps in legislation that allows dodgy landlords to cause repeat misery to unsuspecting tenants through the way they structure their multiple businesses?
I think the answer is just yes. I do support you, and I agree the fire service and trading standards do a fantastic job.
Thank you. That's a succinct answer. Turn to the Reform UK group. Councillor Bick.
Thank you, Chairman. My question is succinct, so hopefully you won't feel the need to intervene on this occasion. At the turn of this month, as we approach the end of this month and the end of the financial year, I believe the debt of the council is forecast to be well in excess of £900 million, and the interest payable on that debt in excess of £650,000 a week. Can the leader of the council tell us what the plan is, given that this represents about £1,000 for every man, woman and child in the county, to get that debt under control and going down?
Well, let's be absolutely clear about this. All councils borrow money, and it's in order to build stuff. Where do you think the new schools, care homes and roads come from? The magic money tree? Honestly, Norfolk County Council has a very low risk ratio because we don't borrow what we can't afford. Look at our budget, a clean bill of health from statutory officers and our external auditors. Unlike councils in other control, like Worcestershire, for example, under reform, even Nigel Farage wishes he wasn't responsible for that one, promising cuts to council tax and then whacking it up by 9%. We don't want mismanagement here in Norfolk. It's unfortunate, but some are extremely economical with the truth in order to get elected, and then they let people down. Don't fall for misinformation. Don't listen to parties who'll bang on about national issues we cannot change here. This is a local election about local services and local taxpayers. You want to know what the borrowing's paid for? Here's a sample. New libraries at Kings Lynn and Great Yarmouth, the Long Stratton Bypass, new care homes, Acle, Fakenham, Thorpe St Andrews, Swaffham, Stalham, Kings Lynn, South Wootton, Norwich and Harleston, electric buses in Norwich, 41 special resource bases for SEND children and 9 more coming, 3 new schools, 2 SEND schools, Broadland Northway Distributor Road, the Herring Bridge at Yarmouth, 24 new fire engines and a new platform ladder, plus new water bowsers and fast water rescue boats, the Norwich Castle refurbishment. And you have to balance off what we borrow against our assets. 16,000 acres of farmland for local tenant farmers, 47 libraries, 10 museums, 42 fire stations, and many, many buildings across the county that we use for our residents. That's the investment we've made, investment in Norfolk and its people. And the Conservatives here will pledge to keep doing that as long as the people of Norfolk want us to. So don't level the accusation of debt at me, because it's simply not true. It's investment for the future of Norfolk.
Thank you, Councillor. That takes us to the Conservative group and Councillor Dark, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is a question of the leader, but before I do, as this is my last full council, can I just quickly echo Councillor Walker's eloquent earlier comments about this council's wonderful staff, who, like with her, have always been helpful, professional and supportive of me wherever I've gone in, at whatever level. I thank them for all that they do for Norfolk. My question of the leader comes from this same space. As someone who's been close to the development of children's services, like Councillor Fisher and others of all parties who have served on its committees over recent years, I take a keen supportive interest in how Councillor Carpenter, it and its great officers are getting on. I understand we have had a major Ofsted inspection of this vital service to Norfolk recently. Could you give us and the Council the outcome of this report, please? Thank you.
You put me on the spot here. I can neither confirm nor deny the outcome of the Ofsted inspection, but I do know what it is, and you'll notice I don't look unhappy. We were rated good last time, but we've never been content to stand still. We set out to go further for children and families, and we worked very hard to do so. And that's exactly what strong, consistent leadership delivers. And I'm very proud of what this administration has achieved. I want to recognise the dedication of Penny Carpenter, the portfolio holder for Children's Services, and the outstanding professional leadership of Sarah Tuff, alongside the dedication of our amazing staff. What they have built is a service with real strength, consistency, and a clear sense of purpose. Now, the report will be published on the 18th of May, which is after the elections. so I can't publicise the outstanding achievement of this council before then. But I hope that people will recognise the excellent service that this council and this Conservative administration have provided and will want us to continue.
Thank you. I think I'll just remind everyone in the chamber about electioneering. It takes us to the Liberal Democrat group, please, who's... Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. This is a question to Councillor Bensley regarding closures of recycling centre. We promise to protect all libraries, fire stations, recycling centres and museums. No ifs, no buts. Not one of these services closed under the Conservatives. So that was actually a direct line from the manifesto, your manifesto 5 years ago. Yet Maton Wood Recycling Centre was shut in 2023. Morningthorpe will be shut in 7 months. And this is just another promise by the Conservatives that's been broken. So there has been no alternative site planned during its 25-year lease, and residents weren't given a say. So will the Cabinet member finally admit that these closures are a direct failure of Conservative planning and not inevitability? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you, Rob, for your question. Interesting question, to tell you the truth. I've been in this position, and I'm not making any excuses, but as you know, I've been in this position for about a year or so, and my background is dealing in business and working with tourism, etc. But what I do know is I will not be held accountable by a landowner for certain sites when a lease is run out. I've got a certain budget to spend, and I'm not going to put the council in an awkward position to pay or to negotiate further with a landowner that wants an increased lease on that site or on certain sites. No further extension was granted, and that was a real, what should I say, challenge and disappointing result. The environmental permits and the associated documents on that site were all ran a natural course as well, which was a shame, but it was, as I said, not for the residents. It isn't the best thing to do, and it is a very hard thing to do. But there are alternative sites in Wymondham and Berg Appleton that may be useful for them residents. But the main thing is the recycling facilities and the health and safety elements of certain recycling facilities now are changing, and people are demanding a better service, which we are providing with the booking system, and people are demanding a smooth service, still free, I might add, and a safety service. One of our main priorities has been the safety of our staff that have received no end of abuse before the booking system was in. They still get colourful language from now and then, which isn't fair on them. They just come into work. But the booking system has put a barrier between us, and it has also stopped, not all, but a little bit of cross-contamination from other neighbouring authorities. We are paying for Norfolk residents to remove safely their hazardous waste. We look after Norfolk. I was uncomfortable with other counties, people bringing their stuff over and bringing their stuff over and coming into our areas, which I don't think Norfolk taxpayers should have been paying for. But I take on your questions, and as I said, we're always talking about it. But I will just say the fly tipping levels in Norfolk have broadly remained consistent over the past 20 years. Our previous experiences show also no evidence of a link between major service changes and the fluctuations in fly tipping levels in areas. And the vast majority of Norfolk households manage their waste responsibly, and I commend them for that. All the Norfolk authorities continue to work together in crackdown on fly tipping. And as I said, I can do no more. The manifesto as such from them previous times said other things as well, like a million trees, and I'm glad to say, I know I'm going a bit off topic here, but I am glad to say, and this is new news, and I just
Councillor, could you answer
of course,
the question and not...
I say, yeah, sorry, I won't do the others, but no, I'll leave it there, thank you, Chair. I hope that answers.
Thank you, Councillor. That brings us to the Labour group, who's, if you wish, does anyone else wish a question? Councillor Oh, sorry. Yeah, Councillor Ramsey, sorry. I was too busy looking at her leader.
I know I'm small, but I'm not that small. It'll come to no surprise, this is to Councillor Plant. To you, Graham. If I can have your attention, please. The start of the year has got to be like the end of the year because I've got to mention Mole Cross Road to you. Obviously, I'm really pleased that we got our year-in-year money to actually do something about Mole Cross Road and Mole Cross in general, the state. But as you can imagine, I'm being asked questions by my residents, and I don't know how, and I've got to explain things to them, which they'll probably not quite understand, but maybe you'll be able to tell me how I can relate the information to my residents, which will make sense to them, because we've got £100,000 for complete outstanding work. And of course, obviously, we've been through consultations, we've been through draft plans and everything else. And I think they'll think, £100,000, what's that for, you know? And to further also, can you please tell them that they will be getting 20-mile-an-hour zones, they will be getting the zebra crossings and everything else that are in the plans, because obviously we're having accidents and everything else, and my residents, it's like anything else, they don't understand how slowly councils work, you know, all the bureaucracy and everything else. And as far as I'm concerned, a couple of years ago, they did a consultation, they signed up to it, and nothing's really happened, and I'm having to explain to them it might not happen this year either. So could you relate to my residents for me, please, how I can explain it in plain English?
Thank you. Yes, it has proved to be quite a difficult road to deal with, basically because there's a lot of parking on the road. And if you take the parking off the road, the surrounding roads don't really have the capacity to take those cars. So making the decision is around what happens to those cars that are parked on the road now, where do they go? We know there's pressure in the surrounding community. Active England, who pay for these things, insist on a certain width of pavement and a certain width for everything else that goes on. They demand it, which means that if you widen the pavement, it isn't just a matter of widening pavements or narrowing pavements. You've then got to move all the works underneath, all the drainage, any electricity pipes, any drainage pipes, anything under the ground that is there also has to be moved. So the price did go up from, I think, was $1 million to about 2 million. So where the 100,000 comes in, I don't know, but I know we're talking in millions here, not hundreds of thousands. The issue, I mean, you recall we had a meeting and I asked you to ask your community about what they thought about where these cars could park and would they be happy for them to go elsewhere, because there's no room for the work to be done that we are contemplating and for those cars to be parked on there. So I was reluctant back in the time when we had this discussion to make a decision about carrying on with Mile Cross until we sort of come to a consensus about where these cars are going to be parked and everything else. We still haven't come to that consensus. But the money as well was an issue because it was estimated at about 1.5 million. It went up with Active England's element put in there to about 2 million. And we said we'd wait for later funding and financing to come forward for us to allow to carry on with that scheme. I'm happy to say that we have got a multi-year settlement and we can carry on with that scheme, so there will be further consultations about the proposals now that they are being refreshed, bearing in mind the need for Active England. And you're going to start seeing now why it takes such a long time to get these things sorted, because what I'm trying to do is please the residents and make sure that we can keep the funding from Active England to get it sorted out. So I appreciate the issues, I appreciate the problems, but we are working our way through how we can deliver on this road to the, how can I put it, to the pleasure of most residents. You're never going to please all of them, and I have to accept that.
Thank you, Councillor. We've run out of time for that item. Agenda item 10, would be to consider recommendations from committees. There have been no recommendations received for committees, which takes us on to agenda item 11, which is to receive select committee reports. So I ask for the first one is the Adult Social Care and Public Health Select Committee, and report for meeting held on the 11th of March 2026. Councillor Gurney, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillors, please find a brief report as written for the meeting that was held on the 11th of March. I just wanted to say something that follows on from the question to Councillor Thomas. We discussed as a committee the CQC report very briefly and how we were going to deal with this through the forward working plan. And you will note under 4.2 on page A3 of your late papers that there was a resolution that the committee agreed to add the item to the July meeting covering the CQC report in further detail. I think Councillor Thomas explained why it wasn't possible to deal with it at this meeting. It was because the call for the information and the item on the agenda did not fall within the statutory constitutional period of 5 clear working days, and officers had not had warning of it. We did in particular look at one aspect of the report, which was the all-age carer strategy and support for carers, which was obviously highlighted in the CQC report that was received. So the committee has already started to examine some of the issues that were raised, and hopefully that will continue after the elections in May, whoever it is. Thank you.
Would you like to remove the report?
Yes,
Thanks very much.
I would like, therefore, to move this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Next one is Children's, Families and Community Select Committee, and report for the meetings held on the 10th of February 26 and 13th of March 2026. Councillor Long, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. In moving the report, draw Council's attention to meeting held 10th of February, which was an additional meeting called for the purpose of dealing with the Department for Education High Needs Capital announcement, which the committee resolved to support the building of 2 new special schools, one in Downham Market and one in Great Yarmouth, which I think subsequent to that recommendation going forward was agreed by the Cabinet member. And also our meeting on the 13th of March, the main item of conversation being home to school transport, which of course is a huge financial cost to this council and to councils across the country, especially those with large rural demographics. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next one is Infrastructure and Development Select Committee. Reports to the meetings held on the 22nd of January 2026 and the 12th of March 2026. I understand Councillor Dawson, of course, not here. Would either Councillor White or Councillor Wilby like to move that report, please? Councillor Wilby.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I'm happy to move the reports. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Strategic and Corporate Select Committee reports on the meetings held on the 21st of January 2026 and the 11th of February 2026. Councillor Roper, please.
Thank you. Happy to move those 2 reports with a couple of comments. Firstly, on LGR and devolution. This is a standing item on our agendas for that committee. And just to let Council know that we do have another meeting penciled in April, just in case a decision does land, so that committee can do some work and not leave those who follow us with a blank page. Secondly, you'll see the item on the review of companies' governance. There has been a follow-up meeting between myself and Councillor Vardy around companies' governance. We have come to some recommendations as to how this can be strengthened, which hopefully can be passed on to, again, whoever follows us in terms of strengthening those procedures. I move the report.
Thank you, Councillor. It takes us to agenda item 12, which are reports from other committees. The first of these is the Audit and Governance Committee, and report for the meeting held on the 10th of February 2026. Councillor Mason-Billig, please.
I think you mean Councillor Mackie.
Sorry, I'm I should actually have known it's Councillor Mackey, despite what's printed in front of me. Councillor Mackey.
Unlike Councillor Walker, I've only done the 21 years, Chairman, so we're getting there. So, and I would just like Councillor Walker, I've worked with for many years, over those years, to thank the officers who have supported us. And I was Deputy Leader and Cabinet Member for Finance, and we've got a fantastic finance and audit team here at the local authority who have steered us through many a challenge over the years. And I'd just like to put on record my thanks to them. In terms of the report, I'm very happy to move that, Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor, and apologies again. Health and Wellbeing Board report for the meeting held on the 4th of March 2026. And Councillor Wymark, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to highlight on here that, and for Councillor Maxwell, we were talking about the Norfolk All-Age Autism Strategy for 2024-29 was agreed at the Health and Wellbeing Board, and obviously a great deal of work has been done within the Norfolk Autism Partnership Board and all of our partners really to support this. And also the Director of Public Health's annual report was around healthy ageing, which we know is a big issue really, generally, but particularly in Norfolk, really. So I just want to highlight that, so I so move the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Finally, Pensions Committee report to the meeting held on the 10th of March 2026. Councillor Peck.
I move the report, Chair.
Thank you very much. Takes us to agenda item 13, which is reports from external organisations and joint arrangements. And the first of these is the Norfolk Joint Museums Committee report for the meeting held on the 6th of February 2026. Councillor Ward, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm pleased to move the report.
Thank you, Councillor. And the next is the Norfolk Records Committee and the report from the meeting held on the 6th of February 2026. And Councillor Genevieve Hosborough, please.
I beg to move this report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Which takes us on to agenda item 14, the Norfolk Fire and Rescue Service Community Risk Management Plan for 2020 to 2031. Starts on page 55 of the agenda, and I call upon the Cabinet Member for Communities and Partnerships to move the report.
Thank you. So this is the Fire Service Community Risk Management Plan for 2026 to 2031. Fire services have been required to produce a community risk management plan since 2018. The plan ensures that the fire services approach to prevention, protection and response continues to meet the evolving needs of Norfolk communities. The draft plan went out to public consultation on October the 15th until November the 26th. The plan has also been to the Strategic and Corporate Select Committee and to Cabinet, so it's been looked at several times. You may have noticed that Proposal 4, enhancing our response to emergencies, proposed upgrading and standardising emergency response. Previously, the response to fire incidents had been 10 minutes, but to responses of other emergencies, such as traffic collisions, water rescue, etc., it was 13 minutes. The proposal was made to standardise response to all emergencies to 10 minutes. And in fact, this procedure has been introduced already in January, so everything is responded to within 10 minutes as far as possible, and this is working very well. So I move this report.
Thank you, Councillor. Do you have a seconder for this, please? Okay. Sorry, Kate. Councillor Mason-Billig. Do you wish to speak now or reserve your right after you be reserved right? Would any councillors wish to comment? Councillor Watkins, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Lib Dem Group are pleased to support the recommendations contained in the report. First and foremost, I would like to start by placing on record my thanks to the Chief Officer and our hard-working, dedicated staff. And there are clearly a lot of good things that are happening within the service. I think it's most important that the service has the confidence and trust of local people, and I'm confident that that is certainly the case. Excuse me. The service plan is very thorough and well considered, and the high public support for every proposal shows that it has a strong mandate moving forward. That's really positive news. A single response standard should help to give clearer public expectations, as well as bringing about improvements to operational consistency. However, I would appreciate a little more detail, either verbal or written, about how the new 10-minute standard will be monitored and what investment will be required to improve coverage in rural and coastal areas. Also, reading through the report, I'm pleased to witness the work that has gone into improving our readiness for climate-driven incidents, something which has caused concern in the past, and this is reflected in the better alignment of stations, fleet and staffing to take account of the service's changing needs. We are all of us aware of the need to protect older, more vulnerable residents across the county, and I very much hope that the enhanced safeguarding through targeted prevention will bring about greater safety and security. Two final points, if I may. Firstly, I was wondering what additional capacity and specialist skills the service might need in order to manage the rapid growth of lithium-ion battery fires and the battery energy storage system installations, because I'm aware that last week there was an incident in Norwich with a bin lorry fire caused by a discarded battery. And finally, what is being done to address long-standing recruitment challenges in rural on-call stations? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there anyone else wishes to comment on that? Councillor Kemp, please.
I'd like to wholly endorse this report, and particularly the progress in offering home safety fire checks to vulnerable residents, and also the provision provided in care homes for people at risk of fire. There's a special personal extinguishment unit. I've not got the right terminology, but the fire service will know what I mean. I'm very, very impressed with this. And also the water rescue service. When people in West Winch were flooded recently. Sorry, I'm not electioneering. I just mean I really want to pay tribute to the fact that these people had to be rescued by the fire service. They couldn't get out of their homes, and fire service did a really, really good job. So I'd like to thank them for all that they do.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bensley, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just wanted to highlight this report as well and recommend it. And it is a great report. Our fire service does loads of stuff that we don't really recognise or give them credit for in Norfolk. Especially, I saw recently a new piece of kit that they've got for beach fires that is up, that we now put in the dunes for the sand systems and everything on our coasts, which is amazing. And also to hear the refreshing news of new cadets. I was a cadet at Galston, and it was absolutely amazing experience. So if we can further enhance anything like that for Norfolk, for our youngsters, absolutely amazing. But also we keep pressing the powers that be in London to recognise our Norfolk Fire Service needs stuff for flooding and erosion now as well, because they help out. They're always frontline with that. But as I said, a really good report. Our officers do an amazing job, and I believe we all in the chamber support our fire service here in Norfolk. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, is there anyone else? Councillor Dewsbury. Sorry, it's a debate. It's not a question and answer. Yeah, that's it. So you get that. If you put any questions, put them in writing and they'll be picked up. Thank you, Councillor. Would anyone else like to say anything before I go to Councillor Mason-Billig? Right, Councillor Mason-Billig, please.
Thank you. Our fire service is overseen by the most excellent Kerry Sumner, who has worked tirelessly to improve conditions for firefighters with the refurbishments at fire stations and more focus on their mental health. We often look at other fire services and see the funding levels that they get, and in relation to that, Norfolk gets a lot less per head of population for our fire service, and yet we provide an excellent service. There is concern about battery energy storage systems. We are not a statutory consultee as a fire service on that, and we have no right to re-inspect those sites. It is a worry, and it's something that I have personally raised, especially with the proliferation that we're seeing in planning applications for those sort of establishments in Norfolk. Fast water rescue, again, it's not statutory. We don't have to do it, but we do it because we need it, and we've invested in a lot of new equipment. We are doing a recruitment drive as well. It's an excellent career, so I encourage anyone who's considering it male or female, because we have a lot of female firefighters out there as well, to consider it and come and have a conversation with the fire service, because we really do need more people out there in Norfolk. The other concern, of course, is with devolution. If we have devolution in 2028, the fire service will be swinging under the mayoral combined authority and will be in with Suffolk as well. So there are going to be some major changes in fire and rescue services in Norfolk and Suffolk, and that's something that we have to keep a close eye on. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Alex, are we ready to go to the vote on that, please? So the agenda item 14. Sorry, the Councillor Price, the seconder is already had reserved a right to reply and spoken. Sorry, thank you. So agenda item 14, Norfolk Fire and Rescue Service Community Risk Management Plan. It's been proposed and with recommendations. If we could go to the vote on those, please. Thank you. As everyone who wishes to do so had the opportunity to vote, I know there are a couple of empty places. If people adjoining could pull the cards of those that have left the room. Thank you. It makes it easier to total out numbers, but that's unanimous. 458, no abstentions, and no one against. Takes the agenda. Thank you for that. We'll let it scroll through, but I don't think we'll find any surprises there. I hope not anyway. Agenda item 15 is environmental policy. That can be found on page 186 of the agendas. I call upon the Cabinet Member for Environment and Waste to move the report and the recommendations. Councillor Bensley, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to highlight all my officers that have worked tirelessly in this report and all the officers that have worked with me in my brief for environment and waste for all of Norfolk. They've done an amazing job, and that continues to go on from strength to strength. And before I just open this up, I just had some breaking news on our tree planting. So I just hope the next administration does this and continues to the 1 million trees, because we are now up to 846,512 trees in Norfolk. So I just hope whoever takes that on, because the environment is special for us all, and that is very important. So I'm delighted to introduce the new environment policy for Norfolk County Council. This replaces the 2019 policy that sets a stronger, clearer framework of how we protect and enhance the environment across Norfolk. This Norfolk environmental policy builds on the success of previous environmental policies that was endorsed in 2019. Since then, we have introduced a climate strategy and climate policy, created a local natural recovery strategy for Norfolk in partnership with Suffolk County Council, and established our policy on the use of, now I'm sorry, I always ruin this word, glyphosate or something? Glyphosate, yeah, sorry. That one, I can't pronounce that one. Norfolk is a special place, home to significant important natural landscapes and heritage sites. From the Norfolk Broads to the North Norfolk coast, the natural and historic environment have shaped our county for generations, and we hope to preserve and strengthen these important assets for generations to come. This new policy reflects the different positions of the council hold as a public body, providing of services, major employer, community leader, and key partner to a range of stakeholders across the county. The decisions that we make have real impact on the natural and historic environment. This new policy strengthens Norfolk County Council's leadership role on environmental stewardship and its contributions to long-term stability. There are 4 areas highlighted within the environmental policy that underpin our important work on improving the state of natural and historic environment. As a landowner, we will endeavour to improve the natural environment of our own estate, ensuring that we can increase biodiversity, improving water quality and quantity, and minimise our impact on the environment. We recognise that as a local authority, we have responsibility of both the wider natural historic environment that makes Norfolk such a wonderful place to work and visit. And finally, we must ensure that the residents and visitors to Norfolk can access and enjoy these special places responsibility-wise and sustainability. So I commend this to the room. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Do you have a seconder for that, please? Sorry, Councillor Mason-Billig. Do you wish to speak now or reserve your right to reply? Right, thanks. I'll just remind Councillors, when the seconder reserves the right to reply, once they've spoken, it's not possible for anyone else to speak. Councillor Caldwell, I think, you caught my eye first. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Look, there are some excellent policies in here, and officers have clearly worked very hard to update and bring this to attention. But there were concerns raised at committee level about, where is the fully costed implementation plan? What additional resources, if any, are required to deliver the biodiversity proposals? And, it's great having these aspirations, but residents have actually expressed to me their frustration, if I'm honest, about, how will these things happen? And we've heard about the 1 million tree promise that was made in 2020 by the administration. And let's not beat around the bush. It hasn't happened. It was meant to be by 2025. You've had an extra year, and we're still only at 800,000. So, let's make sure that let's make sure, Chair.
Councillors, please.
Let's make sure that we aren't just putting forward meaningless headlines and things in. We want an environment policy that works for the people of Norfolk. We've already heard about closing recycling centres, and where was the planning? Where was the foresight? It was a known issue if it was a 25-year lease. We've already heard about how we as a county have been battling natural England and losing to the bats. Let's listen to nature. Let's just do what's enough. I don't feel that the policy maybe goes as far, and I know I've said this before, but I will repeat it. It doesn't go far enough to protect our chalk streams. They are the Amazon rainforest of England. They should be given the protection, and we should be, doing as much as possible. I like the fact that we've talked about electric buses and the fact that we want, and this council has done excellent things for Norwich in ensuring that those have come in and working with partners, and the Great Yarmouth understands on the cards as well. But let's not forget about the West as well. We want buses there. And I guess something that has come up is the refusal of this council to declare a climate emergency. And I just feel that this administration maybe just doesn't get it. The vulnerability our county has to climate change. Let's look at Hemsby. Let's look at parts of West Norfolk that are at risk. And we've already heard the leader say, drill baby drill today. She's Norfolk's Trump. But I prefer her to be talking about using that funding for new plug-in solar panels that are expected to hit the high streets, the shops, online stores. Let's look at this a bit differently. So yes, we do encourage and endorse this environment report, but we should be looking further. We should be looking bolder. Let's do this for Norfolk residents.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rowett, please.
Yes, it seems to me that while this is a so-called environmental policy, there's a lack of joined-up thinking in relation to climate change and the environment. These are separate policies, they're not intersecting. The glyphosate policy lacks how do I put it? It's not sufficiently imaginative. It's not stepping outside the box and thinking, how can we actually deal with the glyphosate problem? So there are a number of things where we really need to be taking this kind of environmental issue much more seriously. Planting 1 million trees is all very well, but are the trees surviving? And why are we not at 1 million now? So really, it's okay to say we need an environmental policy, but we need to be taking this seriously, because these things are a threat, a national security threat. We've seen a recent report to the government, which the government was not willing to release, but it has been obtained by freedom of information, these things are a national security issue. They're a security issue for Norfolk too, and we've had misinformation about the situation as if drilling for more oil would help. That's going to be absolutely ruinous to our farmers who are already at the forefront of climate change. So let's get the priorities right, let's get our policies joined up, and let's not see all this hiving off into little boxes where we can do tiny little contributions that aren't giving us national security.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kemp, please.
Thank you, Chair. This environmental policy has got a great deal going for it. It needs to go further. And with local members and the community, we can take this as far as we want to. I'd like to thank all of the people from Norse who worked so hard to improve the West Lynn cycle path, the West Lynn walking route across the riverbank recently. We'd raised some money from SIL, from the borough, and thanks to the partnership working between the borough and the county and the Environment Agency, the new walking path was delivered, the surfacing of the riverbank. It involved diversion of rights of way. It involved a great deal of extra work at the last time when some very important paperwork, the flood permit, had been lost in the internet when the work was ready to start, but we didn't let that stop us. We drove on and we got this delivered by the winter, well before the winter. This is the kind of supported alternative to car travel and initiative for walking, wheeling and cycling that's so important in our county, delivering better outcomes for health. And as for trees, we need to look at far more mini forests perhaps around Hardings Way, where we need to rule out traffic on the bus lane. This is the sort of thing that supports our communities. This is what they want. A recent report in Kings Lynn survey said people wanted more green areas. They wanted safer cycle paths. And this needs to be bolted into the environmental policy, but it needs to have the supporting funding to take it further. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Borrett, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was very interesting listening to Councillor Colwell's election address just now, delivered with a huge amount of passion, but absolutely no substance whatsoever. So I think it's worth remembering. I endorse this. This is an excellent policy, and it is a policy and a framework. It is not an action plan. It is the overarching strategy by which other plans are brought forward and have to give due regard to. That's why it's not costed, because it's the framework that supports action plans. And to say this is a failure because there isn't a fully costed document supporting it is to absolutely fundamentally misunderstand what it is that we're agreeing here today. The environment policy sits alongside a multitude of statutory duties and responsibilities that Norfolk County Council has, including the delivery of the local nature recovery strategy, local air quality management plan, rights of way improvement plans, tree safety management policy, and the local flood risk management. Additionally, this policy reinforces our commitment to biodiversity duty and to other local authorities, including the Broads Authority and the work done by district councils. So this is an important part, and this is a really good document. This is showing that Norfolk County Council is actually true to its environmental credentials. It's working with agriculture and farmers, and it is conscious to the fact that Norfolk is somewhere where people live and work. But also, much more important than that, it is how we protect it and enhance it for the future. So for anybody to say, oh, well, it's all very nice, but it's not good enough, that's absolute rubbish. This is something that I expect everybody to support, and if it's not a unanimous vote, then shame on you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor James, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to echo Councillor Borrett's words in support of this. I think it's really quite simple. This is a policy, there's a framework, strategies and plans fall out of that. And what we're seeing delivered here is about deliverability. It's about deeds, not fluffy words. It's about practicality, not about dogma. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kirk, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just coming back to the million trees, I don't believe that scheme has actually worked. We've had a lot of trees planted in my area, no management at all. They were either planted into flooded land or rock hard land. Many have died. I think it needs to be looked at, revisited, that scheme. Thousands of trees have not grown in my area through this scheme, so someone needs to go back and have a look at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Long, please.
Well, it's strange because the soil just over my patch is propagating 44,500 more trees than when this 5-year term started. 4,500 of those planted from my local member fund and 40,000 planted on county farm estate land to help meet our million trees pledge. Now, people are saying, well, we didn't meet the pledge. Well, the pledge is still there. It's still within the document to deliver. And actually, trees, by their very nature, some survive and some don't. But in that scheme, within my division, there's a requirement that any that fail are replanted. So if they don't make it, there will be more to follow. And I just can't make out why the land is such just over the fen from where I am to where Councillor Kirk is, that his trees are all failing. But actually ours were put in with community endorsement and community backing. And that's the thing. You can't just plant trees and leave them to it. You know, instead of spending time perhaps, you know, doing other things, do a bit of nurturing and get the community behind that. That's what's happening in St Germans, and I very much welcome that. The overarching policy in terms of the environment is important, and calls for declaring an emergency. We're doing stuff. You don't need to declare an emergency when you're doing stuff. You know, we're already making the progress that we are without running around like it's an emergency. We're dealing with the situation as presented, practical measures that make a difference to Norfolk. There is investment in improved flood defences right across Norfolk, improved drainage capacity within the fens. So, you know, it's not all down to this council, but this overarching policy does help to support what is going on. Practical, on-the-ground measures.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dark, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to speak on this debate, but I just wanted to challenge a comment made regarding investment in buses in the West. My experience is there has been significant investment in buses in the West. To get people onto buses, you need good, reliable services. And my experience of those is that we've been investing in bus shelters, bus stops. In Snettisham, we've got new bus stops, which has caused disruption, but they're now in and everyone's liking them, accessible ones. We've got new bus shelters across the piece. There's new travel hubs going in Kings Lynn, and there's work at Hunstanton, as we know about. And to top all of that, we've had a £1.3 million improvement scheme to Lamsey Lane, which is one of the most dangerous junctions in the area, which has been facilitated by bus supportive funding. So I think my experience is somewhat different to the councillor that mentioned we need to do more. We are doing, or have seen in the West, significant investment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clancy, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I would also like to endorse this report. I think what it seeks to do is to invest in Norfolk's environment in a realistic, sensible and constructive way, which is not driven by dogma and idealism. This is actually designed to actually complement the environment with the economy and actually allowing people to live, allowing people to travel. Norfolk is still very much a car county, and there's no way that's going to change, because realistically, if you get out of the cities, there is definitely a need for the car. And you know, I keep hearing people talk about energy. The need for energy is secure, to have energy to be secure, plentiful and affordable. And that cannot be done by a single source of energy. Of course there's a need to drill in the North Sea to complement. Norway, just as a matter of interest, is drilling in the North Sea in an area which is right adjacent to the UK. And they're selling us back gas and oil at inflated prices. We have to stop the idealism. We have to tinge things with realism. And this policy, rather than fine words, it's about deeds. It's about actual delivery. And this will deliver an environment which actually allows people to live in Norfolk, the economy to survive and prosper, farms to produce what they should be producing, food, rather than cover them. And again, I keep hearing all a bit about the solar panels. All solar panel production is now coming from China. So what are we going to do? Become vulnerable to China or become vulnerable to the Middle East? The logic is in the environment, an energy mix. And of course, solar, wind, nuclear. Yes, we've been far too slow to roll out nuclear. 10 years, other countries, 37 years in the UK. Absolutely ridiculous. But we've got to support this policy because it delivers what Norfolk needs. Balance for the economy, balance for communities, and of course we must enhance the environment. I wholly endorse the policy, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Price, please.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the Cabinet member moving the report, and yes, and I do echo comments in the chamber that we should be supportive. We should be supportive of the work that officers have done. They realise the changing needs and the impacts that climate change is having, and are looking to tailor and adjust how this council approaches its responsibilities in order to finally start to tackle these issues and start to build the mitigations we need to see happening. I'd like to pick up on the point of the trees. Yeah, we need to plant 1 million trees. It's good to have the aspiration. It's great to see it happening in different parts of the county, and we need to plant a whole lot more. You know, when you look at the data, it's interesting to hear earlier that we're talking about dogma and ideals. Where I sit with the science. I follow the science. It's not dogma. It's science, and you have to let the experts inform us as to how to move forward. It's not just the amount of trees, okay, that we have. Okay, it's where we're planting them. Okay, and you know, some of us represent urban areas, and what we're seeing a loss of street trees at alarming rates at the moment. You know, we moved a budget amendment just last month, which everyone here could have supported, to help protect and start to reduce the amount of street trees we're losing, but unfortunately that wasn't supported. As we move forward with the environmental policy, I think it's really worth noting that this debate about drilling and putting more fossil fuels and more carbon into the atmosphere is actually ridiculous, and actually I think it's irresponsible for people who, on the back of a conflict where we see the volatility of prices, are actually using that to kind of justify the wanton destruction of the environment in the future. I would just like to say that the University of Oxford said that if all remaining North Sea resources were exploited and tax revenues given back to households, annual savings might be somewhere between £16 and £82 per year. However, if we actually do continue to ramp up renewables, those savings in the very near future would be around £105 to £441 per household. So not only are you wantingly to destroy the environment, but your facts and figures are completely false. You are not helping the people. You need to get on with moving over to renewable. Yes, it is a mix. We do need a mix of energy and the energy security. But don't forget that these solar farms help support and maximise revenue for farmers in a very tight margin industry that they work so hard in. So stop this misinformation about the benefits of fossil fuel mining and the deficits to farming. It's simply not true. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Waiting to speak, I have Councillors Eagle, Penfold and Plant, and I propose after Councillor Plant speaks to return to the second of the motion and then go to the vote. So, Councillor Eagle, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to actually add on those trees. When we implemented this at that time, then several other bodies, including district councils, parish councils and other organisations, then decided to follow our example and plant the trees. But some of them decided not to add those trees. If we add the cumulative effect of those trees, and I'll exclude the Forestry Commission because they should be doing that anyway, we have hit that target. I have had the Woodland Trust have bought 300 acres of farmland in one of my villages, Thompson, and I compliment them actually on the point that they're actually taking it and creating a need of woodland grazing and taking it back to the parkland for diversity. We've also got the National Trust at Oxborough, again, retrieved some land around Oxborough Hall and recreating that parkland. The trees are being planted. Several people, and I know they're friends of mine as well, have just not decided, oh, we're planting the trees, good idea, let's follow Norfolk's lead, but they haven't been bothered to go and fill in the paperwork, which is a typical Norfolk way. Let's just get on with the job and let's not bother with the paperwork. We have got to move, and actually, every 184 of us have our option to do something for the environmental bits. We have that 12,000 fund. You can divide that however you want with your highway schemes and your environmental bits. I've done that. I've put some swift and house martin towers, red list species. We can all do our bit. Instead of saying to someone else, why aren't they doing it? We need to be able to look at ourselves and say, what have we done for our environment before we start making accusations and say, someone else, you need to do this and you need to do that. And I certainly don't need, and I shan't be having any solar panels on my land because I want to see those natural environmental rich grasslands beside those rivers, going down to that chalk stream where I played in there for years and see that diverse grassland which you get from having a wide range of grazing species on them, and that you can't do it with a solar panel.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Penfold, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to get into point scoring, but I will just point out that North Norfolk, Liberal Democrat North Norfolk, was successfully planting its 100,000 trees since 2019. I do want to associate myself with the comments Councillor Price made. I'm not quite sure the argument about being vulnerable to manufactured solar panels from overseas. The answer to that is we start manufacturing them here, surely. But just want to come back to trees and just say in the policy that tree resilience was monitored closely. It was obviously a good thing. So just a question really, happy to have a written response on whether or not that sort of success or failure rate of sort of tree survival is being monitored. It's good to put them in the ground, but whether or not they survive, I think would be useful to know. What lessons are learnt from that, and you know, what can we take forward as to what soils and what trees in what particular circumstances. So I think if I could have a response to that would be much appreciated.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Plant, please.
Thank you, Chairman. It's an interesting debate, isn't it? We're talking about what Norfolk County Council can do in its own area for biodiversity and to try and save the world, because the world's doing itself in. But if you look at it in that context, we produce approximately 2% of the world's carbon footprint. The rest of the world creates the rest. So if we sank in the waves tomorrow, we'd make 2% difference to the world. Whereas in South America, they're cutting down rainforests the size of England.
That's what you normally do to me.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes?
No, turn it off.
Technical difficulties, apologies. This modern world. I was talking about South America cutting down the equivalent of rainforest the size of England, and that is the lung of the earth. Funny thing is,
the longer the Earth needs carbon dioxide to live. So from that point of view, we are producing something that plants need to live, and the plants are producing something that we need to live. So it's a good circular economy if you look at it in a financial sort of way. I did mention about 3 or 4 years ago that if we built 3 small nuclear plants, the size that they put in nuclear submarines, in Norfolk, we'd have all our energy we need for Norfolk. And lo and behold, I read the other day that they're actually developing that out. So Rolls-Royce are working on it. So I do hope that happens, because the 21 nationally significant infrastructure schemes that are going on in Norfolk at the moment are about solar farms taking over hectares, hundreds of hectares of good farmland that we can produce food on and that nature can live on. Nature can't live on solar farms because they're solid concrete blocks with big mirrors on top. So you cannot live, animals cannot live in there. They are...
Councillors, please, could we exercise just politeness and allow whoever is speaking to speak uninterrupted the way we would wish to be let speak ourselves. Thank you very much.
I think the point I'm making, Chairman, is that, yes, I agree with this document and I think it's really good. I think the way that we are doing it as a country is wrong. We're looking at it from the wrong end of the scope, and we need to be working to make sure our people are looked after. And the fact that we have a natural nature in Norfolk, we should preserve that as well. And by building over Norfolk with solar panels is not the way to go about it.
Thank you, Councillor. I will allow Councillor Shibley-Sexton to speak, and then we will go to the seconder. Thank you.
Talking about looking at the wrong scope, I really have to push back on what Councillor Plant says, given that he's talking about Scope 1 emissions, the things we use in this country, and not about our global impact within the world and how much we use the resources of other countries. The fact that deforesting in the Amazon rainforest doesn't come because it benefits local people in the Amazon rainforest. It comes because it benefits us in the West. It benefits us from how they use it to farm animals for our fast food. It benefits us because it's our productions and everything that we buy in this country that gets brought in. It is a very limited and unimaginative view to just talk about what we as individuals spend carbon on, when our wants and our needs are consistently supplied by the rest of the world, and that makes up their carbon usage. If you're looking at where it's got the highest pollution, where it's got the locust area, they tend to be the poorest areas that we have been exploiting for hundreds of years for our benefit in this country. When you're looking at these things, they cannot be done as an individual instance. They need to be done holistically because this impacts the entire country. The areas that are facing climate change the worst are the areas that have the least say in where production happens. And in this room, we have a say in how production happens. We have nuclear, the things needed for nuclear power come from Russia. The oil that we need comes from the Middle East. We could produce locally. And frankly, solar farms aren't concrete blocks. The last time I was on a train, I saw some solar farms and there were some sheep happily grazing amongst them. It was actually a very beautiful view. And anyone who doesn't like solar farms, I urge you to try living next to a nuclear or coal plant for a year and see how that works. And when you talk about it not benefiting us, how does it not benefit us to have a more environmentally conscious world moving forwards? How does it not benefit our children? This energy goes into the national grid. Where do you get your energy from if not the national grid? These things do benefit us overall. And it doesn't just need to be solar farms on farmland. It can be on top of buildings. We need to be thinking about this holistically and not in short term, but how can we benefit our children and their grandchildren and make sure they are not living on a dead planet?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mason-Billig to second, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Solar panels, yes. Plastic, metal, you don't see sheep grazing under them everywhere. What about food production on our prime farmland? Why isn't this government protecting prime farmland from solar panels? You can choose whether you live next to a nuclear power plant or not, but if you're living in the countryside next to a farm and somebody sticks a huge solar factory next to you, you don't have an awful lot of choice, especially when it surrounds some of our villages, destroys some of our ancient footpaths as well. And what happens in 20 years' time when these developers have disappeared? I'll tell you what happens. We are left with a mess to clear up, and that comes down to the landowner. That's if their land hasn't been compulsory purchased because the government's then decided to allow it, which a lot of the people who've signed up for this haven't realised yet. This, let's be honest about this, this is about making money. It's not about the environment or being environmentally friendly or net zero. It's about making money. These developers are going to overproduce electricity from those solar panels. They only need 900 megawatts. They're going to have 3,000 megawatts. What will happen when the sun shines? They'll turn them off and they'll charge us for them anyway, the way they do on offshore wind. We shouldn't be allowing our countryside to be covered in solar. And let's be honest, a lot of it's going to be exported anyway. We're going to have this new off-sea cable. So we won't benefit from it here in Norfolk. Our substations can't cope with the extra power. It's going to London. It's going to plug in your Tesla in Lambeth or somewhere. Now, million trees. I'm sorry if you think it's meaningless, councillor. 850,000 trees is not meaningless. We started this during COVID, so we haven't managed to hit the million yet, but we're well on the way. If you go to the Blowfield bypass, people don't like new roads. However, 35,000 trees will be planted there. 2 wetlands. We can have economic development alongside the environment. Natural England, bats. I wish they'd find a bat round the pylons sites, because if they weren't so hypocritical and didn't have double standards, perhaps they would stop that infrastructure from going ahead. And I'm told there are Babastel bats there. So let's be good. Let's look at this environmental policy. We have an excellent record. Even, was it Climate Emergency UK? You want us to declare a climate emergency? Let's just say that actions speak louder than words. We are one of the top councils for performing on the environment. We want to make sure that Norfolk's there for future generations. This environmental policy is one step towards that, and I'm incredibly proud of what this council have done, and I don't need you lot to dictate to me and tell me otherwise, because it's not true.
Thank you. Because I will go to offer Councillor Bensley the right to reply to the debate.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can I just thank all members for the debate? It is our environment. We are serious about this as a council and as members, and if we don't debate it, then we're in a right pickle. So, yeah, good debate. I hope all members support this. I will contact the member for a letter to a response, but just to give everyone peace of mind, we do have netting around our new saplings, because they are a favourite dish for monkjacks and little bunnies and everything. They're around there, so we do have little netting and big fences around some of our areas. And also, if certain trees do fail, we do replace them. But most of the time, we do plant our trees, the right trees, in the right place at the right time. And I have to commend my officers for delivering that. But thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Are we ready to go to the vote? The agenda has been, the report's been moved. The report and recommendation has been moved. Could we go to the vote on those, please? Thank you very much. Just about to appear in front of you. Thank you. I'll make us one short. One short. We're apparently one short. Could every member please ensure they voted? If they haven't been able to vote, could they indicate, please? All right. Okay. Thank you. So we have 57 for, 2 abstentions, no one against, so that recommendation and report are carried. Thank you. We're now 1 minute to 12, so I propose to break for half an hour and return at 12:30, and the next item will be agenda item 16, financial regulations update. Thank you.
Do you realise you two sighed together then? So,
Well, thank you, councillors. Welcome back. And we've 1 hour, 5 minutes left, so the meeting will finish at 1:40, unless extended. So we come to agenda item 16, Financial Regulations Update 2026, and call upon the Leader of the Council to move the report, which is on page 198. Thank you. Councillor Mason-Bailey, please.
Excuse me, Chair, I need to declare an interest,
Or-
please, in this agenda item. Sorry, I forgot at the start. I'm employed by the National Education Union, which represents teachers and support staff, and there's reference to their pay negotiations in this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Corlett. We'll note that. Thank you. So, Councillor Mason-Bailey, thank you.
Yeah, this is item 16, which is Financial Regulations Update. I think you're for the next one, aren't you? Just make that clear.
Sorry, I should have picked that up. Well, anyway,
Sorry, I suddenly thought.
Judy, we'll take that for the next, have you done for the next item anyway? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I mean, this is the Financial Regulations Update. It's just saying how we have changed things in order to keep in line with legislation that's happening. So there's new legislation in anti-fraud, bribery and corruption, and clarification of responsibilities with regard to companies, trusts and charities, and the key changes to the document are set out in the report. I so move it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Do you have a seconder for it? Councillor Weinmark, please. Do you wish to speak now or reserve the right to apply to any debate?
I'll reserve the right. Thank you, Chairman.
Does anyone wish to say anything on agenda item 16? Well, in that case, you didn't have to wait long. So, Councillor Weinmark, please. Nothing to say. So you've duly seconded. I don't suppose you want to say anything else to sum up the debate, Councillor Mason-Bailey? No. So with the Financial Regulation Update 2026, report and recommendations have been duly moved and seconded. Could we go to the debate on those, please? Give the voting up. Thank you very much. Thanks, Alex. I we could just do a show of hands on this if you want to get ready for item 17. Yeah. So those in favour of the report and recommendations. All right. So. Right. Right. We're one short. Could you pull his card? Thanks. He should have pulled it when he left. Thanks. It's because. He's not left. Yeah, but if you pull it, just if he puts it in when he comes back, otherwise it skews the numbers. Thanks. Okay. Thanks. So we have 54 for, no abstentions, no one against. So the report, Financial Regulations Update 2026, is duly approved. Thank you very much. Agenda item 17 is Pay Policy Statement for 2026 to 27. Can be found on page 249. I call upon the Leader of the Council to move the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. We have to publish a pay policy statement at the beginning of each financial year. So this is the one that was has been through Cabinet. The only real amendments here are relating to coroner pay reviews, because they are independent judicial officers, but there has been some changes. So we've decided to add in something on coroner's pay, and that's the only real amendment change here in the pay policy review from last year. So I so move the report.
Thank you very much. Do you have a seconder for it? Councillor Weinmark, do you wish to speak now or respond to any debate? No. Okay. Does anyone wish to say anything on the agenda item 17, pay policy statement? No. In that case, it's duly proposed, moved and seconded. Could we go to the vote on that, please? Thank you. I think I rather jumped the gun last time. Shall we just do it? We'll do a show of hands on this. All those in favour? Yeah. Anyone against? Anyone abstaining? So that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Agenda item 17 is, agenda item 18 is notice of motions. We've had 6 motions submitted for this meeting. They start on page 261. I'll just remind members, proposals of 5 minutes each to speak to the motion, and seconders and all other speakers will have 3 minutes each. So I'd invite the proposer of the first motion to propose the motion, and that is motion number 1, and that's Councillor Long to propose, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Norfolk, as a county, is rural in its nature, and farming and food production is a key industry. Across the UK, food processors and packagers label things as though they look like they're produced in the UK, when sometimes it's imported food processed in the UK and labelled, sometimes with a union flag, to give the impression that it's a UK-based product. This is simply not acceptable. Our farmers and growers are in competition with the world in terms of food production, and it's important that they're given a fair and even playing field. For most people, the sign of the union flag on a food product gives surety that it's grown or nurtured and reared with the proper standards and the correct procedures. This can't necessarily be said of production elsewhere in the world. So for packagers and processors to make it look like it came from the UK when it actually doesn't, is just plain wrong. And so this motion is to ask for that to be addressed in some way. Now, we have no control over this. This is something that the government needs to do. So within the motion, we're asking of the leader of the council to write to the Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, getting them to introduce stronger country of origin labelling so people know where their food is produced. After all, reducing air food miles has got to be beneficial. I look for British product when I'm in the supermarkets and when I'm in the local shops. And I expect that if that's what it says on the label. If it's flying the union flag and pretending, that is not right. And so I would urge everybody in this chamber to support this motion and send the strongest signal we can to government that enough is enough. British food needs to be labelled as British food, and foreign food processed in the UK needs to state a country of origin if it's not UK produced. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Do you have a seconder? Thank you. All right. Thank you, Councillor. Presumably you wish to speak after the debate? Yeah, thank you. I've been notified of 2 amendments to this motion, and the first is from the Liberal Democrat group. Councillor Penfield. Thank
you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do we get to see that on the screen, please?
Your wish is my command.
Oh. You're very kind. I think I need to just say, I think at the very end of the amendment, I think there was just a part of a sentence missed off. If we could just check that. So right at the very end, when we were resolving what to do.
Right. I'm advised it is corrected in this version. It's just members' printed versions that it was.
Thank you. It was the same as the original motion anyway. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Certainly support any initiative that looks to support our farmers in Norfolk. There's widespread agreement across farmers, producers, consumers and political parties that clearer, more accurate food labelling is essential. As part of the Liberal Democrats' wider Buy British campaign, we have advocated for tougher rules to help consumers make informed choices. Our amendment strengthens what the motion already aims to achieve. This includes an amendment to the Product Regulation and Metrology Bill requiring a government review into adding meat origin details to menus in large food service businesses employing more than 250 people. The NFU has long argued that improved labelling is necessary to support domestic producers and ensure fairness in an increasingly competitive market. And the public clearly back this direction. 65% of consumers say they are more likely to visit a venue sourcing ingredients from British farms, and 70% want better transparency about food origin in restaurants. Clear, mandatory country of origin labelling in both large retailers and restaurants is essential if we are serious about enabling consumers to distinguish genuinely British produce from lower standard imports and protecting our farmers from being undercut. It is not a departure from the motion's intent, it deepens it. Nationally, the Liberal Democrats have been unequivocal. We need farm security if we want food security. We are campaigning for a full package of support, from funding for young farmers' clubs to making country of origin labelling mandatory on all beef products. Our amendment helps fill that gap by backing transparency, fairness and the long-term security our farmers deserve. I would urge members, therefore, in this chamber to support our amendment and support our farmers across Norfolk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Do you have a seconder for that amendment? Thank you. Before I go to any debate, Councillor Long, are you willing to accept that amendment?
Not today, Chairman, sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Roper, do you wish to speak to the amendment now or after any debate? Yeah.
I'll go now. It's disappointing that this hasn't been accepted because basically the amendment looks to do three things. It adds the extra bullet point around hospitality, which wasn't in the original motion, which I think is important and needs to be covered. Secondly, on the vexed issue of solar farms, it just clarifies where perhaps you can rather than where you can't or where we don't think there should be solar farms. So add some clarity on that. But most importantly, it takes out that bit of party political drum beating which is in the middle about the last government. And I think taking into account what the chairman was saying earlier, we should think about what actually unites us in this chamber rather than what divides. And a piece of party political rhetoric in the middle about the last Conservative government perhaps doesn't really need to be in this motion. Because fundamentally, what we are here to do, and I think what hopefully we can all unite around, is that second bullet point around council resolves. And all of us, I hope, can get behind that we should reaffirm Norfolk County Council's strong support for our county's farmers. That's what we're here to do, and I hope we can unite around the motion and support this amendment to strengthen it.
Thank you, Councillor. Would anyone care to speak to the amendment? Councillor Rowett, please.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the importance of adding the hospitality sector in the discussion of labelling to enable us to choose local and British in particular food. It would be helpful if we could add country of origin labelling for components such as vegetable oils so that people could choose ethically regarding the kind of ingredients that there are in the things that they are ordering in the hospitality sector. But I feel that there are missed opportunities in this amendment. The section on preferring brownfield sites and rooftops, obviously we do prefer brownfield sites and rooftops, but this misses the excellent land use framework that has been worked out by the Labour government, I think taking over work from the Conservatives, which identifies that brownfield sites and rooftops are not the only places that are suitable for solar installations. So it also undercuts what could be an important source of income for small farmers. So I think it's detrimental to the motion to disallow farmers from having any land-based solar installations. It also underestimates the damage done by successive Conservative governments to farmers, and I think that that's a missed opportunity It's all very well to remove the praise of the Conservatives, but let's not forget how much damage has been done to farming by years of Conservative government, which our amendment will address, and I shall speak on that later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Plant.
Yeah, thank you. I can't support this. I've been in the hospitality industry all my life, and hospitality covers a whole wealth of areas. Hospitality can be hotels, it can be restaurants, cafes. We're already subject to a myriad of legislation that we must follow on food processing and how it comes, where it comes from. We have to label everything we get in from in the industry is labelled as to where its origination comes from. Adding on, I mean, a lot of the restaurants in Great Britain aren't British restaurants. They're Chinese, they're Taiwanese, they're from all over the world, and they'll bring their ingredients to this country for them to be able to sell their products and sell what they do. I just think it's more legislation for places that don't really need it. I do agree with the labelling of British food to make sure that it comes from Britain and it's got British origin. But because we're such a diverse community, I don't believe that putting it into the hospitality industry would help at all.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak to amendment? Sorry, Councillor Price.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank the Liberal Democrat group for bringing this amendment. There's you know, there's a lot to kind of agree with, and obviously we've had a similar approach to this motion ourselves, and feel that it doesn't go far enough. Where unfortunately I don't feel the Liberal Democrats have taken the issue forward is this kind of insinuation that we can't produce renewable energy using farmland as well. And again, I would reiterate what my colleague said. You know, what we need to do is we need to use every single roof we can, every brownfield site, you know, every car park. You know, these places need to be prioritised. But at the same time, this fallacy that we can't use farmland is you know, is basically ignorant. And so, you know, let's start with the myths. Let's do some myth busting. Okay, so solar farms threaten food security. Okay, large-scale solar development will take up so much land that it compromises national food production. It's a myth. Okay, solar farms currently occupy 0.1% of UK land. Even meeting the government's 2050 net zero goals would require at most 0.7 to 1% of farmland. 1%, okay? Land is lost to agriculture forever. Once the solar is built, the land is classified as brownfield and will eventually be used for housing. It's false. So, solar farms are typically granted the temporary planning permission, 30 to 40 years. There's usually conditions with the developers to decommission and restore the land afterwards. It's a part of their business model. Just like any energy company, they will have the responsibility at the end. The soil health will improve. Taking land out of intensive monoculture farming for decades will actually allow that soil to rest and recover, okay? Solar farms and farming are incompatible. This is absolute rubbish, okay? Through the agrovoltaics process, the simultaneous use of land for both solar and photovoltaic power generation, there's many crops in agriculture that can use, right? So, for an example, livestock, sheep can graze, as we've discussed. It also provides them with shelter from extreme weather and better quality grass due to the moisture retention in the shade. Okay, certain crops, berries and shade-tolerant vegetables can be grown between and under raised panels. Income. The income is a stable, weatherproof income stream for the farmers, helping them to remain financially viable during poor harvest years. Okay, solar farms will destroy local biodiversity. No, not at all. Again, you know, will it create these dead zones? No, solar farms can act as wildlife havens because the land is undisturbed by heavy machinery and pesticides. It can support diverse wildflower meadows. So,
Councillor, could you wind
yeah,
up,
so
please?
the reality is, yes, we need to have solar. We need to use brownfield sites. We need to use our urban areas. But let's support the farmers. Let's support biodiversity. 1% of farmland potentially.
Thank you,
So
Councillor. You're
can't support
out
this.
of time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mason-Billig, please.
Solar is not the ideal solution or the green utopia that it's made out to be. Its point is that 1% of farmland is all in Norfolk and all around certain villages. You are blighting the lives of local people. Solar developers do go bust, you know, and that will leave effectively fly tipping for the landlord to clear up afterwards, which will be very expensive to dispose of. And no one knows the long-term effects of solar. Everyone assumes that, you know, they're there and then they go and everything's fine. The water runoff into local water supplies, it's not even been looked at in terms of the East Pye solar. These things are missing from the developers' information that's coming forward. And it's all very well to talk about wildlife gambling around under solar panels. They often fence these fields off. The wildlife's normal routes are cut off from that wildlife. They have to find another route if they bother to stay around at all. Now, we know that, I see that the thing about hospitality sector here, but often local hospitality outlets, pubs and restaurants, if they are using local produce, they will actually be putting that on their menus to attract customers, to show, to demonstrate the use of local produce. And if you have to force every hospitality outlet to do that, I mean, Councillor Plant's given a good example. If you have your local Chinese restaurant is going to be using Chinese produce from one of the importers, they're not going to be able to do that. Does that put them at a disadvantage? Is it fair? And I make no apology for what we've said about the previous Conservative government. Conservatives have always championed the agricultural sector, and we want to acknowledge that, and I don't think there's any harm in saying what is the truth.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thomas, please.
Thank you. Well, Councillor Mason-Billig has said a lot of what I was going to say. I think my community in Long Stratton and the surrounding villages of Hempnell, Tasborough, Saxonham, Shotsham, Fritton, Morningthorpe, Shelton and Hardwick would be very interested to hear what's been said in this council chamber today about the myth around the damage that solar does. They're facing our entire community being covered with 4-metre high roving panels, which you can't put animals underneath because they turn. And they will turn to face the sun, and they will collect the sun. And then, as Councillor Mason-Billig said earlier, when the sun's shining too much, they'll turn them off, but we'll all still be charged for them. And our countryside footpaths will be fenced on either side. So a nice walk with the dog out into the open countryside, walking along maybe Boudicca's Way or somewhere like that in the local area, will instead be a walk down a corridor. There will be no wildlife because the deers, funnily enough, can't jump over that fence. So they'll have to find routes to skirt around. So please don't tell me that it doesn't matter and that it won't impact anybody. And perhaps Councillor Rowett is not saying too much against solar because the Tasway proposal that was in her division has now been paused. But the East Pye solar one in my division is alive and still kicking. So I certainly will continue to represent my community for as long as I'm here. And I hope that whoever is in my division afterwards will do the same.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Eagle, please.
Just to finish one thing on wildlife, all the experts say the one species that will be most affected by solar panels and conclusive is bats. So we've now got people in this chamber saying you can't build a road because of bats, but you can have 25,000 acres or more of solar panels. It doesn't matter what's underneath. It's all the experts that disputed the A47, the roads, everything else have said bats do not thrive and will not feed near solar panels. So you can't have one without the other. So it doesn't matter how much is there, those bats. And yes, most of the other rare species have been found along that route of that pylons where those solar panels are going to be. So, else, and I've lost my bit, but thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Does anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? In that case, I will return to Councillor Long as the proposer original motion.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, we're having a slight debate about the seconder, but the seconder has already spoken, so we now return to you as proposer original motion to give you the right to reply.
Thank you, Chairman. I mean, we've heard arguments for and against why this amendment should be included. And, you know, I think if I was sat just down there and looking to amend, you know, somebody's motion, you know, yeah, we'll take the politics out of it and we'll add to it and make it something different than what it originally conceived to be. And I get that they want to add something to it. I don't agree with the situation regarding the industry, you know, the restaurant industry and so on, because, you know, it will just make the job so difficult that there will be businesses fail. So I would urge everyone to reject this amendment and look towards the original motion and support that. Thank you.
Thank you. In that case, we'll go to the vote on the amendment. Please give that up on the screen. Thank you. As everyone wishes to vote at the opportunity, I'm assured everyone has, the numbers add up. So for 9, abstentions 9, and against 36, so that amendment falls. So, so we return to the debate on the substantive motion, but I'll just let that scroll through. Well, thank you very much. There's been another amendment received, and that's from the Green Group. So I'll go to Councillor Rowett as proposer of that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Farmers in the UK have endured multiple cruel blows over the last 6 years. The Conservative motion is disingenuous in ignoring the extensive damage inflicted under Conservative governments, including the catastrophic act of self-harm that was the Brexit vote, and then the hardest Brexit that Boris Johnson dared to do, which resulted in a fiasco of red tape for farmers exporting to Europe. This utter betrayal of farmers, a hand grenade from the party many farmers had voted for, was capped with a series of damaging trade deals, which the Johnson and Sunak governments thought worthy of celebration, but which undercut British farmers with cheap imported beef and other products, farmed to lower standards than we require of British farmers. These deals were almost literally nails in the coffins of far too many of our beleaguered farmers. Our amendment seeks to remedy these and other omissions in the motion by recording both the harm done by Conservative governments and their partial remedy that was some valuable subsidies to support nature-friendly farming. It also notes the urgent need for a phytosanitary agreement with Europe to alleviate some of the worst consequences for Brexit-afflicted farms. The Labour government is working on this. Finally, it acknowledges that farmers are cruelly exposed to risks from climate change. Crops are decimated by extreme weather and wildfires. We feel for farmers in all this. Yet despite all this, some farmers are working exceptionally hard to protect nature, improve animal welfare, and avoid pollution. I'm very sympathetic to those who seek to diversify their sources of income. Farmers shouldn't be attacked for that decision. Our amendment notes the mutual benefit that can accrue from devoting some small portion of their land to solar panels or turbines for community energy schemes. Not big solar farms I'm talking about. I'm not in favour of the big extractive solar farms, just to be clear. Since community energy schemes, which yield typically more than 10 times the kilowatt hours of energy per hectare compared with biofuel crops, while simultaneously restoring habitats and soils and providing a secure income for the farmer. Given that the government is now facilitating these smaller energy schemes for the benefit of the local community, we would urge this council to stop attacking the farmers for playing their part towards the cheap energy revolution and instead commend it as a win-win-win solution whereby farmers can lower energy bills for their local residents, make a secure income for themselves, and do their bit towards solving the UK's risky dependence on imported energy. Please vote for the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. Do you have a seconder? Thank you. Right. First, I'll ask Councillor Long, if he is proposer of the original motion, if he wishes to accept the amendment.
Well, Chairman, it's always good if you want to put an amendment to knock every political aspiration and aspect of you know, who you want to go for. So I was very tempted by some of the rhetoric, but absolutely turned off by some of the others. So I'm afraid, no, I won't be accepting it. We'll have to debate it, and I imagine it will go the same way as the last amendment did. I actually had a little bit more warmth for the last amendment, but having heard that introduction and speech, knocking the British public for making a decision...
Is that a yes or a... I take it that's
a
no.
Right.
No,
Chairman,
okay, thank you, Councillor. I think we're quite clear. Councillor... Councillor Price, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right to reply after the debate?
I'll speak now. And,
right, thank you.
And I appreciate the response from the member. And, you know, it's the last motion we'll see the Conservatives bringing and as the administration anyway. So enjoy the moment. But the Green Group's amendment takes the core values of the original Conservative motion, protecting our farmers and boosting food security, and gives them the necessary vision for a modern 21st century Britain. First, to the farmers of Norfolk, we see your struggles and we are grateful. As someone with a background in horticulture, I understand the inherent risks of working the land and the pressures that you face daily. I also understand that climate change is making your task harder every year. The Conservative motion rightly sought to close the flag loophole, and we support that completely because consumers deserve to know that they are backing genuine British family farmers, not being misled by imports raised to lower standards. Our amendment strengthens this by ensuring our council's support is explicitly directed toward those who champion nature recovery, good welfare standards, and environmental responsibility. Secondly, the original motion missed the mark entirely on energy security. It is vital that we improve our national resilience, especially in the face of the volatile fossil fuel prices we see as a result of international conflicts. We must end our reliance on imported gas and oil. The amendment corrects this by endorsing the use of land for solar panels and wind turbines. I would reiterate what my colleague has said, and that is we do not support these large farms. Okay. This isn't a threat to food production. It is a vital source of reliable income for farmers facing catastrophic climate risks. And crucially, it generates 10 times the energy per hectare compared to some biofuel crops that Councillor Plant would put in the engine of his car. This links directly to our environment. By promoting local energy alongside local food, we drastically cut the carbon footprint of our food system. We need to support systems that ensure produce travels the fewest possible miles from field to fork, strengthening our local economy and reducing those harmful carbon miles. Finally, our amendment brings much needed honesty to the national policy discussion. It states clearly that the current pressures on Norfolk's farmers are due to the badly damaging international trade deals imposed post-Brexit. We cannot simply ask the government for vague support. We must demand that they actively work to rectify these damaging deals and restore support for environmental schemes and nature protection. This amendment is not just about changing words, it's about changing policy to build a more resilient, sustainable and fair agricultural future for Norfolk. So I'm sure Brian and you all will support it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Plant first.
Thank you, Chair. Interesting, isn't it? Vote Green, get solar panels on your farms. Brexit. That was the people of this country voted in a democratic referendum and by a huge majority decided they wanted Brexit. So you slagging Brexit off is not a good idea, I don't think. The Tory MP fell on his sword when he supported it and it didn't go his way. So we've given up our element on that one. It's up to this country to work with the rest of the world to make sure that it has a good economy and a fair economy. But what we are talking about here is producing stuff on our own land, in our own farms, and labelling them so that people have a choice as to whether they'd use the British choice or the imported choice. Both of which can be good, but we're here about talking about supporting British farmers. And I think that British farmers deserve to have the label of being produced here in Britain on their produce. And that's what this is about. And I think at the end of the day, Brexit, I was a full supporter of Brexit because we were lapdogs to Europe. And Europe are punishing us because they don't want anybody else to do a Brexit in all the other countries, even though they are struggling. So I totally support this original motion, and I can't support what is being proposed in this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Eagle, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to really bust some myths on animal welfare in the EU. Sow stalls were banned in 2013. The UK implemented that. At this moment in time, Belgium, France, Germany, Poland are still using sow stalls. The basic poultry cages for egg layers are still used by Spain, Italy, Poland. Our farmed animal welfare is streets, fields ahead of the EU. So let's not get this bit that being in the EU is any benefit to us over welfare. We have done it, the others haven't implemented it. And whatever anyone else thinks about it, that is a real plus of not being in the EU, that we have got our farmed animal welfare bits, and we are leading the way in Europe for farmed animal welfare. So let's not have this nonsense about it anymore.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mason-Billig, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I can't believe we're still talking about Brexit 10 years on. The decision that the UK took was because they believed that decisions about the UK should be taken in the UK. And we looked across at the EU and they were spending millions of pounds, often our net contributions, but we weren't seeing those improvements. If you look at the roads that were built in Ireland and Spain, for example, miles and miles of beautiful motorways, and yet we have to put up with potholes from national highways. That's one of the things that the people in this country didn't want. And it was the ever-expansion of the EU as well, with new countries like Greece and Italy who didn't actually qualify but were admitted anyway. And people from this country were fed up paying for it disproportionately for everyone else. So the reasons for leaving were entirely understandable, and it wasn't really unexpected, was it? Now, we've heard it said that the EU has tried to punish us since. That's because they don't want anybody else to follow us. But there are a lot of countries over there who are not happy about the way that the EU performs. And you talk about farming subsidies like it's a bad thing. Well, farming subsidies are put in place by government to ensure that certain crops can be grown when they may be uneconomical. So there's a good reason behind farming subsidies. We see sometimes they're used in other countries to prop up small farmers when they're not viable. but that's not the reason that we use them here. I think this is actually a thinly veiled motion about taking us back into the EU. That seems to be what it's all about. And if you're talking about small solar farms and small wind turbines, that's not the issue, because currently local planning authorities can actually approve those types of applications. You don't need to put it in this motion and go to national government to ask for it. It already exists.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clancy, please.
Thank you, Chairman. The leader's already said what I was going to say. Thank you.
Chair, can I suggest we put this to the vote?
Is it the wish of members to move to the vote on this amendment? Yeah, could I have a show of hands on that, please? Thank you. Well, I think that's... can we get the amendment and vote for the amendment on the screen, please? Alex, thanks very much. Has it everyone who wished to vote been able to do so? We're one short. Is there anyone that's not showing in front of them the vote? In that case, we have for the amendment 7, 12 abstentions and 35 against, so that amendment is lost. So we now return to the vote on the debate on the substantive motion. Thank you very much. Councillor Caldwell.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, no one in this chamber doubts the importance of Norfolk's farmers. They are the backbone of our rural economy, stewards of our countryside and vital for food security. And the Liberal Democrats have always been proud to stand with them. But this motion, while dressed up as support, it's ultimately about political point scoring than practical solutions. The main issue here is not solar panels, as we seem to have talked about for 15 minutes, and the leader seems to have an unhealthy phobia of. I could make the joke around abuse of power. But let's discuss the so-called flag loophole. Of course consumers deserve clear, honest labelling. Of course farmers deserve a fair marketplace. But this is not a new revelation, nor is it something that Conservatives groups suddenly discovered. After 14 years in government, if the loophole still exists, it's because the Conservative ministers failed to close it. Writing another letter now is not leadership, it's an admission of past inaction. And while we're talking about fairness for farmers, it's worth remembering the reality many faced in recent years. Botched agricultural transitions, broken Brexit promises the Conservatives made, and the disaster for farmers it caused, and that's why we're talking about it 10 years on, Kay. I recall, for example, Norfolk pig farmers in despair, and that is on the Tories. Delayed payments and trade deals that undercut British producers by allowing lower standard imports. Warm words today cannot erase that record. This motion also strays into scaremongering. Whether it's talk of family farm tax or blanket opposition to solar, farmers need stability and support. Yes, but they also need honesty. Renewable energy done well can provide diversification and income for rural communities. The question is not whether we choose food or energy, but how we balance both responsibilities. So let's be clear. We support clearer labelling. We support Norfolk's farmers. I've got real concerns with supporting a motion, however, that tries to rewrite history, offers headlines instead of real solutions. If this council is serious about backing farmers, we should be pushing for fair supply chains, proper environmental payments, and joining the single market, the new customs union, and ultimately rejoining the European Union and a longer-term plan that actually works for rural communities, not just another letter to Westminster. Our farmers deserve better than slogans. They deserve action.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kemp, please.
Thank you. I'd like to draw attention to the second arm of this motion, calling on the Secretary of State to deliver policies that support British food production and protect productive farmland. And I'd like to particularly draw attention to the fact that the government spends around £5 billion a year on the procurement of public sector food, including schools, hospitals and prisons. Now, less than half of this may be produced nationally. And so much more could be done to support the work of local farmers so that in local areas, young people in schools eating free school meals in particular will be able to have nutritious, locally produced menus and food. This is particularly important because 1.5 billion is spent on school meals nationally. And why shouldn't this be produced by local farmers? School meals have been linked to nutritional health and the saving of money to the national health, social inclusion, and even higher earnings as young people get older. It's linked to better educational outcomes as well. So I would think we should be writing to the Secretary of State, and we should be looking as a council how we can support our local farmers so that public sector food, everything that is produced in this county can be used for local public sector food procurement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Borrett, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This might be the last time I get to speak this session of Norfolk County Council, so I would just like to say to everybody, all of us, none of us know what the future holds. Our futures are in the hands of the very sensible and sound residents of Norfolk. So to all of us who are or may not appear, it's been a privilege. And Mr. Chairman, it was great to see you on the news last night doing your stuff as Chairman of the Council. So thank you very much. To the task in hand, where to start really? There is a key issue here, and it's got nothing to do with the EU, and it's got nothing to do with trade deals. It is a very simple one, is that consumers need to know the origin of their food. Because we have higher standards of animal husbandry and of arable farming in this country than our European neighbours. And when we were in the EU, we were not allowed to differentiate our product from the other products produced in the EU to lower environmental and animal husbandry standards. The EU would not let us do that, and they would also not produce their food to the same standards as us. So Brexit was a saviour in ways if you believe that your food should be produced in to a high standard of animal welfare and to a high standards that reflect natural biodiversity. So anybody who sits here and says otherwise is a fool, because it's very simple. The key here is to be able to say, when you buy a product, is it produced here to the standards? And if you can't do that as a consumer, then your rights are fundamentally undermined. But also, much more insidious, is that we are in the business of exporting our food production, because it costs more to produce food, be it arable or livestock, to the higher standards as required in this country, than it does to produce it abroad. But you pay the same price at the till. So all we're doing is, and it's the same with our high electricity prices for net zero, we're basically exporting our steel industry because we're buying steel from China, produced by coal-fired power stations, and we're saying to the steel producers in this country that you're going to have to buy very expensive net zero electricity, and that means basically, oh, that's interesting, we've lost our steel industry. We've effectively exported it because we're not putting a tariff to actually reflect the cost of the electricity.
Councillor, could you sum up, please?
And the same with our food. So anybody, and I've said this before, this is really important. We should all support this. And for those who said that the Conservatives did nothing in 14 years, I seem to remember the Liberal Democrats being in power for 5 of those 14 years, and I don't remember them doing anything about it.
Councillor, you're out of time, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Councillor Rowett.
Thank you. Obviously, we support clearer labelling, but this motion seems to be more about a fake patriotism by the members of a party that has consistently failed to deliver any of the supposed benefits of the fake patriotism that was Brexit. Of course, we want high welfare here, and we want higher welfare in Europe. If Europe is undercutting our welfare, we need to do something about that. We could have done it if we were not out of Europe. Nothing in what we've said suggests that European welfare standards don't need to be enforced. The solution to that problem is not labelling. The solution is to ensure that no food on our shelves is supporting poor environmental practices. Let's not just label it, let's not have it there. I haven't seen any of the supposed improvements from Brexit, nor do I see any adequate support for British farmers. I didn't say that subsidies were a bad thing. I commended the Conservative government's subsidies, which supported environmentally responsible farming. That was precisely my point, that there are good things that the Conservative government did, and there's the bad thing, and we need to be clear about both. The removal of those subsidies for environmentally friendly farming was a catastrophe for farmers, and we need to recognise that. So housing is taking land from agriculture, and it never goes back. And that's not the case with energy. Some of our farming is for energy at the moment. We could get 10 times the amount of energy and restore that farmland to food production if we had a small proportion go towards solar farms. So I reiterate, we are not in favour of the extractive solar farms that take the profit out of Norfolk. We are in favour of allowing farmers to have some solar, if they wish to supplement their incomes. And this motion actually forbids them to do that, and that is not supporting farmers.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sands, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to go into the whys, wherefores, pros and cons of solar panels on farms or elsewhere in my comments here. They do have a place. But anyway, while I agree in principle with clear labelling of our food products, I don't believe it is as simple as sticking on a union flag on whatever appears in the supermarkets. My own local supermarket, which is a well-known Norfolk institution, already clearly labels not just UK produce, but Norfolk produce. And when we do our shopping, we look to buy local Norfolk produce from our supermarket. And of course, we want to see things clearly labelled. But I see two problems that are not properly addressed. The first is that of mega farms within Britain. These are often owned and run by overseas interests, often hedge funds, which don't have the interests of UK farms or farmers at heart. And also, quite often, we have these huge farms run by absentee farmers who choose to live overseas to avoid or evade taxes here in Britain. They may grow produce here, but somehow they manage to derive their income from overseas. The second relates to food produced in Britain, which is made from multiple ingredients. How do we label these things? We have UK farmers who are sending produce to food manufacturers. They may or may not have a majority or minority percentage of ingredients, but how are we going to label those? I think the important question is labelling the quality of food and the purity of food that is produced. You know, how are we going to label these things? It's simply not clear. To further complicate matters, there are even UK farmers, and I note here Some UK agricultural business and farming cooperatives grow produce within the EU, particularly to secure supply chains for popular crops not easily grown in the UK. So we even have UK farmers who are actually choosing to grow produce in the EU or European countries. How are we going to rationalise the labelling of these? I dare say as the UK farmers growing stuff in these EU countries, they are using UK standards. I couldn't see them using any lesser standards to produce these things. So while I agree in principle with the concept of clear labelling of things, I think it's a quality of things. Definitely we need things which are produced in the UK as UK labelled, but I don't think it's a simple process. It's not as simple as this motion
could you sum up,
puts
please?
forward. So I will be abstaining on this motion. I don't see any huge value in it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dock, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Listening to some of the comments in the debate, I can't help thinking we might have an election coming. But I just wanted to speak on this because if we get back to what the motion is, and hopefully everyone will get behind it, it is a highly focused motion around supporting our hard-pressed Norfolk farming community. And charities like Yana from Norfolk and Suffolk that actually go out and support them and report back how hard it is for them at the moment. Now, we've heard in the debate earlier on around people who are trying to rewrite history. I just want to point out that supporting British and buying British has been around for years, those type of campaigns, from the Depression in the 1930s to just after the war, to 1968, when just after I was born, around buying British. It's been around for a while of trying to get people to buy quality local goods to support people. The challenge is with it, with an internationally connected world and longer supply chains, that is becoming harder to identify what produce is local and supporting local. So in terms of rewriting history, the legislation, the last time the government in the UK tried making it clearer around farming produce was January 2024 under the Rishi Sunak government. They brought it in to try making it clearer. What we are talking about today is that actually there are loopholes in that and there are ways around that that are being exploited. So what can we practically do to help people that are consumers identify how they can help out locally at this difficult time? So I'm fully behind the motion, and I hope everyone else can get into it, because it is highly focused. It's around supporting our farmers, supporting our farming community, and hopefully giving the public a bit more choice, because ultimately they decide whether they'll pay attention to it or not. But we need to be sending that message, I feel. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Corlett, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to bring it back to what the focus of this was meant to be around that honest labelling, so that consumers can make an informed choice. But I'm a bit surprised this motion has come at all. I'm sure that Terry Jeremy MP will be quite flattered that pretty much the wording around honest labelling is lifted from his article and speeches from January earlier this year on this very matter.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mason-Billig, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't think I've got an unhealthy phobia of solar farm. I think it's quite healthy, actually, my phobia of solar panels and solar factories. I don't think there's anything wrong with standing up for your residents when you're facing BSIPs and the East Pye Solar, so I'm not going to make any apologies for that. But I am a little concerned that we are suggesting that the last Conservative government didn't assist agriculture. We were coming out of the EU during the last Conservative government, and we had to transition from the EU Common Agricultural Policy to a system which was based on public money for public goods, and it was called the Environmental Land Management Scheme. It replaced that EU area-based legislation, And the key initiatives of that were about supporting farmers to boost productivity whilst delivering environmental improvements. That was the thrust of it. So it's farming in protected landscapes. There's £22 million in grants for farmers in national park areas. Farming Innovation Programme in 2021, it was a £17 million programme. Seasonal worker route for those who were harvesting fruit and vegetables to allow for migrant labour to come in and out to help those farmers. And a food strategy, a blueprint for growing the UK fruit and vegetable sector, aimed at improving the resilience. And on top of that, we had a sustainable farming incentive launched in 2022. We had precision breeding and innovation about genetic technology in 2023. Farming Investment Fund, £44.7 million for technology and productivity in 23-24. Animal health and welfare, trade and support. And by 2025, there were over 37,000 live sustainable farming initiatives. That's what a Conservative government does for British farmers, supports them. And we've heard today that there are some loopholes in some of the legislation that was put in. We are going to write to this Labour government and ask them if they can actually close some of those loopholes. We know that there is protected designation of origin for some products in cheese and some hams and things. We see that things like Parmesan, for example, and cheddar cheese. But what we want to do is to expand that so that we will be absolutely 100% certain about things that are labelled as British are actually British and produced here and not just labelled here.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Price, please.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks to everyone in the chamber. It's been a pleasure working with you over 5 years, and we'll see how the polls go, and I hope to see some of you back here afterwards. So to just refer to the motion, okay, I think, you know, that there is a wider conversation about our relationship with food in this country, and, you know, and I'll bring it round to the motion, but you know, my grandparents, you know, were post-Second World War Russian people that made, you know, food from scratch, made everything stretch, and make everything move forward. And then I think by kind of my mum's generation, you know, they were so thankful for the kind of ready meal TV kind of dinner, pre-prepared stuff that took away all of that kind of domestic labour, let people get on. But then, you know, the pendulum swings back and we go, well, what's in our food and what's the additives and what's the chemicals and how, you know, how far has it travelled and, you know, what pesticides have been used. And we should be absolutely proud of what we produce here in Britain. We produce some of the finest food, fruit, vegetables, wines, cheeses, etc. And many of our, you know, friends on the continent, you know, speak with so much more passion about what their local regions produce. So we should absolutely support this. But you know, the UK standards are being undermined, and they're being undermined by this, you know, this kind of global system we live in now, where we're not really thinking locally and we're not really working locally. You know, and so the reality is you pick up a label and it, you know, it's packed in Britain or something and it's not actually produced here, okay? And that's because we're going for the cheapest and the most, you know, low way to produce something, because that's market dynamics, which, you know, fundamentally, you know, the Conservatives stand for. So, you know, it's kind of, there is a kind of a hypocrisy in like you want to champion Britishness, but you're actually the perpetrators of this kind of undercutting system. So, you know, I don't know how you square that, right? But post-Brexit, okay, we've seen a drop of 46.3% in food exports from the UK. Okay, so, you know, if anyone grows, you have surpluses. You can't sell all the apples in a month to everyone in Britain. You're going to have to sell some abroad. Those have nearly fallen off by half since the EU, since we left the EU. Okay, there's been a 1.4% drop, you know, due to the red tape and border checks in overall production. Okay, the leader said Brexit was 10 years ago. 10 years is a good enough amount of time for, you know, politicians to have enacted these improvements. The trade deals that have gone on to be signed have only continued to undermine British produce and British quality. Energy is key, as Councillor Borrett put, okay? The electricity from renewables is price-linked to this gas that you cannot tie yourself away from, that you can't escape. What we need to do is we need to remove the link of electricity prices to gas, and we need to get on with producing electricity for a myriad of forms,
Councillor
and
Price,
upgrade the
could you
grid.
sum up, please? You're out of time.
So in essence, I appreciate everyone's contributions here, and it's been a great 5 years to have such a small group, but have such a big voice. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Members, the 3 hours has now elapsed and the meeting has not been extended. As a result, in line with Rule 4, subsection 5, we will now cease all debate on this matter and move to the vote. So I'd ask Alex to set up the vote. This is motion 1, please. Thank you. Have all members who wish... Members, I think we're one short. Has everyone who wishes to vote been able to do so? We're now up to the full numbers. In that case, we've for the substantive motion, for motion 1, for 40, abstentions 11, and against 1. Thank you for that. So we've now come to that part of the meeting where all remaining business, be that recommendations, motions or amendments to motions, will be considered moved and seconded in line with Procedure Rule 4, subsection 4. There won't be any speeches or debate. We'll have each of the motions displayed on screen at the meeting. And I propose that all these votes are taken as recorded votes. So could I please have a proposal for this, that we take all these votes as recorded votes? Thank you. Councillor Morphew as seconder. Yeah, Councillor Mackey. All those in favour? Right, so that's how we will deal with the remaining business. Could we have, so the second motion, with that, Chair, are you happy for this to continue? Councillor Shires, do you wish this to go to the vote?
Yes, our young people deserve a voice in this chamber.
Has everyone who wished to had the opportunity to vote? In that case, votes for 21, abstentions 2, and against 30. So that falls. We go to motion 3, please. That's proposed. That's taken as proposed and seconded. I go to the proposer, Councillor Smith-Clare. Do you wish to withdraw it or to go to the vote, please?
Thank you, Chair. I would like it to go to the vote because all our motions deserve consideration and debate. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand everyone has the numbers tally up. So for that motion, 419, abstentions 4 against 30. So that motion is lost. Motion 4, green motion, that duly proposed and seconded. We'll wait till this scrolls through, then we'll go on to that.
It's okay, we plan to withdraw our motion.
Sorry, let's just get, we'll just let this scroll through, then I'll come back to you. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Motion 4. Sorry, Councillor Shibley-Sexton. Do you wish to go to the vote, or do you wish to withdraw it?
We'll withdraw our motion, thank you.
Withdraw it. Thank you very much. That takes us to motion 5. We'll go to Councillor Morphew as the proposer. Do you wish it to go to the vote, or do you wish to withdraw?
Go to the vote, please, Chair.
Go to vote, please. Okay, if we could set that up, we can. So this is motion 5. Thank you. Thank you. I understand the totals tally. Sorry, too short, I'm informed. Have all members the opportunity to vote? If anyone hasn't voted, would like to indicate how they would wish their vote to be recorded. No. Okay. So motion 5, if there's no one else, I declare the results. So 4, 19, abstentions, none, and against 32. So that again is lost, motion 5, and takes us to motion 6, which has been proposed by Councillor Jones and seconded by Councillor Sands. Councillor Jones, do you wish this to withdraw it or go to the vote?
Go to the vote, please,
Go
Chair.
to the vote. Thank you very much. Once this is scrolled through, if we set up the next one, thanks, Alex. Right. I'm advised by 2 members who are against, the screens have frozen. I believe we're 3 short on totals in this. Is there anyone who's not had the opportunity to vote? Okay, in that case, I will add 2 that have been made known to me, which are against, to the numbers. So that's for this 4 and 19, abstentions 0, and against 33. So that again is lost. Thank you very much. There were no items received under agenda item 19 of the procedure rules. Agenda item 20 were appointments to committees, and there was one appointment for noting, which is listed in the agenda at page 3, and that was that Councillor Mike Sands had replaced Councillor Alice Birmingham as the Labour Group spokesperson in the Adult Social Care and Public Health Select Committee. So that brings us very rapidly to the end of the meeting. I would just like to thank everyone for attending today, for, in the main, good humour. But I would also like to give my personal thanks to everyone for indulging me over the past year and for the help that I've received from members right across the party. Thank you very much.
Chairman, on behalf of the Council, can we thank you very much for your excellent chairmanship over the last 12 months and for representing this Council to the wider public in Norfolk and outside. It's a great privilege to serve as a member of this organisation. I think we all appreciate that. And I'd also like to thank you all for your support for me as leader over the last 3 years. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you.